Welcome. Today, I will cover 3 different true crime cases. All the cases I cover on this channel are real and well documented on the media. But before we start, please comment down below where you are right now and what time it is. Thanks. Let's get to it. In 1998, a letter surfaced in a dusty New Orleans archive, its ink browned, its paper thin as onion skin. The handwriting slanted and angry, signed only with a chilling name, the Axeman. For decades, the letter had been whispered about, copied, embellished, a relic from one of the strangest killing sprees in American history. Between 1918 and 1919, the Crescent City didn't sleep. Someone stalked the narrow streets with an axe, slipping through back doors, choosing his victims with uncanny precision. He didn't steal, he didn't run, he killed, then vanished into the music. And when fear reached its peak, he sent that letter, promising to spare any home playing jazz at midnight. People obeyed. Whole blocks erupted in sound that night. The city became one frantic orchestra, playing for its life. This is the story of New Orleans' most mysterious killer, the man who turned murder into music, the Axeman. It began before dawn on May 23, 1918, in a small apartment behind a corner grocery on Upper Line Street. Joseph and Catherine Maggio slept in their bed after a family gathering. The back door's wood panel had been carefully chiseled out. No broken lock, no shattered glass. The intruder didn't bring a weapon. He found a heavy axe in the house. In the cramped bedroom, one swing, then another. The blade didn't wake the neighbors. The groans did. Next door, relatives heard strange sounds, soft and rhythmic, like someone struggling to breathe. When they pushed inside, they found Joseph and Catherine mutilated, the sheets soaked. On the kitchen table, a straight razor lay open, its edge stained. In the backyard, the axe leaned against a wall. Money sat untouched in a drawer. Jewelry was still on the nightstand. Police called it robbery at first, then backed away from that fast. Nothing of value was missing, except the feeling of safety. Get this, the grocery was Italian-owned, like so many corner stores across New Orleans then. Families lived behind the shop or upstairs, sleeping feet from their livelihood. That proximity made them targets without knowing it. The press jumped on the Italian angle. Headlines hinted at organized crime. Some neighbors whispered about old country feuds. But the scene didn't look like a hit. It looked deliberate and quiet, with an abnormal calm in the method. Panel removed, house tool weapon. Exit the way he came. The razor became its own mystery. A local barber recognized it as one he had sharpened, traced back to a relative connected to Joseph. It muddied the water, fueled talk that maybe this wasn't a stranger's work. Police detained family members, chased the razor's path, and got nowhere. Meanwhile, the city's immigrant districts watched their doors and listened at night for that soft scrape of wood against wood. Then June turned to July, and the next scene unfolded. Early morning, a different address, same basic setup. This time the victims were Louis Bissouma, the grocer, and his partner, Anna Harriet Lowe, in the quarters behind their shop. Again, a panelled section of the back door had been neatly removed. Again, the attacker used an axe taken from the premises. Bissouma survived the initial assault with head injuries, confused and stunned, while Anna, badly hurt, fought for weeks before dying of her wounds later that summer. Her final statements pulled investigators in multiple directions, and the public leaned in with them, while officers drifted between theories: burglary gone wrong, lovers' quarrel, itinerant labourer. The pattern grew clearer. The attacks favoured night or early pre-dawn hours. The victims often had ties to small groceries. The killer avoided bringing a weapon, preferring whatever heavy blade the home offered. The force suggested someone strong, practiced, or both. And just like before, valuables were spared. If he wanted money, it was there. He didn't take it. Newspapers had a field day. They gave the fear a name and a face that didn't exist. They printed maps, lines, speculations. Some reporters called it a random maniac. Others said the grocer angle meant something darker. In living rooms, people slid dressers in front of doors and nailed windows shut. A mother on Prytania Street told her children to sleep in the front room, closer to the streetlights, as if light could hold back a blade. A hardware store owner said he sold out of heavy bolts twice in a week. In August 1918, the violence landed on another Italian grocer, Joseph Romano. His nieces woke to a heavy thud and rushed to his room. They saw a figure retreating through the back, a shape they described as tall, broad-shouldered, wearing dark clothes and a slouched hat. Romano staggered, bleeding heavily, and died shortly after. Again, the axe came from his own home. Again, cash and goods remained untouched. And again, the entry point was that precise removal of a door panel, as if the house itself had given permission. Police tried to show strength, more patrols in affected neighborhoods, questioning drifters, raiding rooms above corner bars. Arrests came and went, thin cases that didn't stick. The city's rumor mill ran faster than any squad car. People watched their grocers' steps. Clergy preached caution without naming the terror. In the papers, new theories sprang up. Maybe there were two attackers, maybe a copycat, maybe a feud masked as madness. What nobody knew at the time was how the method itself, quiet entry, silent tools, a weapon left behind, would become the only signature investigators could trust. Not a calling card, not a symbol, just absence. And while fear spread, the method got bolder. The next move would push past private dread and into public spectacle, where the killer's voice, real or forged, would be heard above the music. While detectives argued over motives, the patterns stopped whispering and started speaking plainly. The men and women attacked were often small grocers or lived next to them. The killer came after midnight, preferred a back entrance, and avoided breaking anything he didn't have to. A chiseled panel was cleaner, quieter. He moved through sleeping rooms like he knew the layout. If a house had an axe, he used it. If a house had cash on hand, he left it. That restraint rattled people more than theft ever could. August bled into autumn, and the name that stuck in memory was Joseph Romano. After the attack, his nieces told police about the figure they saw, tall, a hat low over his face, moving fast but not panicked. They noticed how he held his shoulders, like he was carrying weight, or had carried it for a long time. That detail sent patrolmen looking for laborers with backs like dock workers. It sent everyone else to their back doors with hammers and extra nails. Grocers formed little circles after closing time. They shared coffee, compared door hardware, swapped gossip about strangers who lingered too long by the flour sacks. Some took to sleeping with a shotgun across their laps. Others moved their families to relatives' homes in different wards. A few hired cousins to stand watch until dawn, paid in bread and small bills. The sound of a chisel against wood became the city's most feared noise, a sound you might not hear until it was too late. Police chiefs promised results. They sent squads into boarding houses, rousted men who drifted in and out of day labor, and filled jails with suspects who matched no one's description beyond male, strong. The arrests felt efficient on paper and empty in real kitchens. Judges complained about the weak cases. Reporters trailed officers on raids and filed breathless copy that sold papers and tightened nerves. Editorials urged calm. Headlines did the opposite. Hardware stores couldn't keep up. Owners packed their counters with new locks, hasps, iron braces, and heavy bars. One clerk said people were buying padlocks for interior doors, turning bedrooms into small vaults. Carpenters did brisk business installing crossbars. Families hammered coffee cans filled with nails onto windowsills. A desperate, improvised alarm. A child told her teacher she could finally sleep because her father put flour on the kitchen floor. He'd see footprints if a man came. That night, a cat ruined the plan, and the family didn't sleep at all. False alarms flooded precincts. A dog barked in Algiers and 3 houses lit up at once. A loose shutter in the Bywater sent a widow to her neighbor's porch with a pistol wrapped in a dish towel. Officers ran from call to call, sawed door edges, dangling panels, and sometimes just fear given a shape. They couldn't be everywhere, and everyone knew it. The press rivalry added fuel. One paper printed a map with pins for each attack, and arrows to suggest the killer's route, like a storm forecast. Another paper ran a column claiming there had to be more than one man. No single attacker could move so freely, they argued. A letter to the editor insisted the culprit was a jilted lover, and the grocer angle was a smokescreen. People took sides as if picking a suspect could make the night shorter. Meanwhile, patrolmen watched for patterns inside the pattern. Entry was almost always a back door with a panel removed near the lock, low enough to reach through and unbolt from the inside. The cuts looked practiced. Clean edges, efficient size. Tools? Likely a common chisel, maybe a screwdriver ground to a wedge. Door frames told the same story again and again. What nobody knew at the time, standing in kitchens with lamps turned low, was that the pattern had one more layer to reveal, and it wouldn't come from a crime scene. It would come from a voice on paper. The city thought it understood the rules: grocers, back doors, midnight, household acts, no theft. Those rules held until a note arrived that set new terms. Then the fear didn't just sit behind doors. It took over the streets, and every room with a gramophone became a sanctuary. 6 months after the first attacks, a different kind of blow landed, not on a door, but on a newsroom desk. Dated March 13th, 1919, the letter arrived, addressed to the papers, written in a voice that sounded like a dare. The writer claimed to be from a place no policeman could reach. All bravado and heat, he mocked the city, mocked the cops, and then set a condition that turned private fear into a public countdown. On the night of March 19th, anyone playing jazz would be safe. Anyone who wasn't, he said he'd visit. The phrasing stuck to the city like humidity. He boasted about being beyond men's grasp, taunted that he was worse than any mortal criminal. Then the pivot. He professed a love of music, especially jazz, and promised to spare every home where it could be heard at midnight. It was theatre on paper, a threat wrapped in style. Whether he was the real attacker or a copycat with a flair for the dramatic, the effect was the same. The city had a deadline and a strange rule to follow. The week between the letter and the date felt unreal. Bands got booked like it was Mardi Gras on command. Dance halls sold out, not for celebration but for cover. Saloons dragged pianos to their doors. Families without phonographs borrowed them or gathered around a neighbor's Victrola. Priests received questions they'd never expected to hear. Is God okay with hiring a cornet player to keep my family alive? Police leadership, caught off guard, doubled patrols. But patrols couldn't sit in every parlor. They couldn't guarantee that a gramophone needle wouldn't snap at the wrong moment. Strategy meetings went late. Officers argued over whether the letter was a prank. They didn't have time to decide. The fear had already made the city move. That Wednesday night, the sound rose like a low tide and kept rising. Streetcars rattled past, open windows spilling brass. In neighborhoods where the attacks had hit hardest, the music was relentless. Hired trios played on stoops for a handful of coins and coffee. A baker set his Victrola in the doorway and cranked it until the spring whined. A teenager in Tremé used a clarinet he'd only half learned to keep a rhythm going while his father watched the alley with a lantern. A strange thing happened inside that fear. People crossed thresholds they'd never crossed. A German family walked into an Italian grocer's living room because he had a piano and welcomed them in. A widow hosted a quartet, paid for by 3 houses on her block. She served chicory coffee like it was a ritual. Musicians carried the pressure with steady hands. They weren't just playing to entertain, they were, in many minds, holding death at the curb. Midnight came and went with the city still loud. Patrolmen heard the hours strike from church towers through layers of syncopation. The promised slaughter didn't arrive. No new murders that night. Instead, exhaustion, relief, and the aftertaste of something that felt like defiance and submission at the same time. They'd followed the letter's rules. Nothing happened. Did that mean the letter was genuine, or did the noise simply smother a bluff? In the days after, arguments lit up the papers. One columnist called the whole thing a hoax, engineered by a prankster, with a dictionary and a mean streak. Another insisted the letter matched the killer's rhythm, if not his hand, then his mind. Police said they couldn't authenticate the writer. Some officers privately admitted they were glad for any night without blood, but the quiet didn't last. The entry panels would be cut again. The axe would come off another wall. The music faded with the sunrise, and life lurched back to normal, if normal meant sleeping in shifts and looking twice at every shadow. Whether the letter was real or not, it proved one thing. The terror had learned how to speak, and the city had shown it would listen. Summer pressed in heavy and close. The letter's echo hadn't faded when August 1919 tore the city awake again. Late one night, a grocer named Steve Bocker staggered from his bed, head split, face wet with blood, trying to make sense of a room that spun and blurred. He'd been struck while sleeping. The back door told the same soft story. Panel cut, latch unhooked, no splinters on the floor. Bocker lurched into the street and collapsed on a neighbor's step. When he could speak, he wasn't sure if he'd seen anything at all. Memory frayed. He described a dark figure, maybe tall, maybe not, maybe wearing a hat. Doubt clung to every detail because survival had cost him clarity. Doctors tended to him while officers traced footprints that broke apart in hard-packed dirt. Bocker's confusion became its own kind of headline. If a man who lived it couldn't say what he saw, what could anyone else trust? People wanted certainties. Instead, they got fragments, and the quiet scrape of newsprint over new fear. Neighbors sat up that night, with lamps turned low, the light angled toward door frames, like they could catch the next intruder in the beam. 2 weeks later, the pattern slid from back doors to a window. In September, a young woman named Sarah Lauman didn't wake when her assailant entered. She woke to pain. A window sash showed pry marks. Her room showed chaos and a smear of blood on the pillow. She survived, dazed, struggling to remember the shape that passed through her room, like a shadow with weight. Some said it meant the attacker was improvising, carrying fewer tools to avoid notice. Others thought it proved there were multiple men. Whoever hit Bocca wasn't the same person who climbed through a sash. Police said they were keeping an open mind. The city had no such luxury. These weren't distant crimes you could rationalize away. They were knives to the map, cutting across neighborhoods that shared little beyond their fear. Street talk turned practical. Where to sleep, how to brace a window, who would take first watch. Men traded shifts like dock work, 2 hours on, 2 off, coffee at dawn, when eyelids twitched from nerves. Clergy started meeting with parish committees to organize block watches. One group created a decoy routine: leave a lamp burning, prop pillows under a sheet, then sit in the dark kitchen with a shotgun and the door in sight. It worked for morale more than anything else. October arrived with a blow no one could frame as a narrow escape. Mike Pepitone, another grocer, was found in his home on a violent, chaotic scene. His family's cries brought neighbors running. The room looked like a storm had hit it. Blood spatter, crushed plaster, a toppled chair. A figure fled into the darkness. The people who rushed in saw aftermath more than evidence. Pepitone died. The household axe was there. Cash wasn't touched. The entry, again a quiet defeat of a back barrier, the house helping the intruder without meaning to. Witness accounts multiplied and cancelled each other. A tall man in dark clothes, a medium build with a stiff gait, a slouched hat, a bare head. Officers filled notebooks that contradicted themselves within pages. A detective muttered that the killer was either a chameleon or they were chasing noise. Patrol commanders announced more raids and more checkpoints. Lists of suspects ballooned, then deflated when alibis held or handwriting didn't match the letter. A few arrests stuck long enough to calm one block for a week, then fell apart under scrutiny. Theories surged and crashed in the public square. One camp, named the Mafia, pointing to the grocer link and old extortion whispers. Another camp said no. This felt too erratic for organized crime, too theatrical, more like a traveling laborer with head injuries and a taste for making headlines. A minority clung to the idea of jealous lovers and tangled domestic grudges, insisting each attack had its own cause tied to the victim's life. The trouble was, motive never stayed put. The method did. Meanwhile, hardware counters still emptied by noon. Tin cans rattled on strings over back doors. Families moved beds away from windows and stacked flour bags against sills to catch prints that, in practice, blurred into smudges. A boy swore he saw a hand reach through the panel of his aunt's door. It was a curtain shifting with the breeze. A patrolman tripped over a tripwire of twine and coffee cups in a kitchen and laughed until he realized he'd startled a child into tears. Everyone was trying to turn their home into a fortress with string and prayer. Investigators needed a face to anchor the dread. They pushed informants, leaned on known troublemakers, and chased rumors of a man who asked too many questions about store closing times. Each lead dissolved into ordinary life: a sailor on shore leave, a mason between jobs, a cousin sleeping in a storeroom. The nights stretched. The city adjusted its heartbeat to match a schedule set by a man no one could name. And under it all, one truth kept resurfacing. The attacks were not stopping, and the margin between a survivor's confusion and a family's grief was a pane of wood and a few silent minutes. Investigators needed someone to point to, so they started close and messy. The first easy suspect was a victim himself, Louis Bissouma. He had lived through the attack that killed Anna Harriet Lowe, and rumors clung to him. Police found letters in foreign languages in his rooms and decided mystery meant guilt. He was arrested, released, arrested again on fragile theories, then dragged through court over technical charges. None of it tied him to the late-night entries or the axes that came from victims' kitchens. The case against him was noise that comforted no one. Another early target was anyone who could be threaded into the razor found at the Maggio home. Relatives were questioned. A barber's sharpening notes became exhibits, but the razor never explained the chiseled panel, the quiet exits, or the habit of leaving money behind. It only showed how a single object could widen suspicion until it swallowed families whole. While detectives chased edges, the The pattern continued without caring who sat in holding cells that week. Then a name drifted into the story like smoke. Mumfre, sometimes printed as Montfray, sometimes White. He was rumoured to have ties to extortion rackets that targeted Italian groceries. Extortion and grocers fit the fear people already had, so the rumour found a home. The legend went further. Years later, in Los Angeles, a woman named Esther Albano, also recorded as Pepitone's widow in some accounts, shot a man named Joseph Mumfre, claiming he had ruined her life and hinting at a tie to the New Orleans killings. It sounded like a neat ending. A suspected extortionist, dead in another city, a widow's trigger answering a city's prayer. But the paper trail buckled under scrutiny. Records on Mumfre were inconsistent. Some timelines did not line up with the attacks. Court documents that should have been clear were missing or pointed to other crimes, not midnight assaults with household axes. Historians digging decades later found more contradictions than confirmations. If there was a man like that leaning on small shops, the evidence tying him to the door panels and the wielded blades never settled into something firm. The White theory promised closure. It delivered a story with soft edges and gaps. Other suspects came from closer to home. Lovers with grudges, disgruntled employees who knew where families slept, itinerant workers who had drifted through the neighborhood at the wrong hour, patrolmen scooped up men with scars, men with hammers in their satchels, men whose alibis relied on friends who were not keen to talk. A few confessions surfaced, thin things that crumbled when timelines were checked, or when a suspect could not describe the cut of a panel that had soaked the city's front pages. Meanwhile, the tools of certainty were limited. No centralized fingerprint databases, photographs matched by eye, handwriting analysis that leaned more on confidence than science. Press reports bent facts to fit narratives, and those narratives circled back into police theory. A detective read a column about a supposed chisel design and started asking witnesses about it, which made witnesses remember the thing they were asked to remember. Feedback loops grew like vines. Why did it stall? Because motive kept slipping away. Robbery did not fit. Revenge did not fit every house. Organized crime did not fit the theatrical letter. A drifter's madness explained the randomness but not the repeated focus on grocers. The killer used what was at hand, which left no purchase for investigators, no gun to trace, no unique blade, no vehicle sightings that repeated. Neighborhoods changed from block to block, and fear made each street corner its own theory factory. By the time the files thinned, one possibility remained in the background. Maybe there was not one face. Maybe there were a few men with similar habits, or a single attacker who learned, paused, and moved on. The city wanted a name to carry, something to blame at night. Instead, it got fog suspects who faded when the light hit them, and a case that resisted the relief of a final period. When the entries stopped, the stories did not. That March night turned into family lore. Grandparents told children about the evening the city made music to keep a blade away. Decades later, people still argued over who played what and which block had the loudest horn. Bars kept the tale alive between sets. A few musicians worked the letter into patter before a tune, half joke, half memorial, to a night when jazz sounded like insurance. Songs followed. A local composer wrote a piece about the killer's promise, turning a threat into a melody people could hum. Theatre troupes adapted the letter for the stage, giving the author a swagger the case files never proved. Novels folded the Axeman into plots, and radio shows leaned on the same details: backdoors, household axes, and the citywide concert, because those were the parts that stuck in memory. The killer's voice, real or not, became part of the genre vocabulary, a reference point for how fear can be loud. New Orleans has always carried its history in sound: brass bands for funerals, rhythm in the streets, music as public memory. The Axeman slipped into that rhythm. Immigrant neighborhoods that once watched door panels now watched their stories get retold by people who had never seen those streets in 1919. The grocer's blocks became settings for more than commerce. They were backdrops for a myth about a city that negotiated with terror by playing pianos until midnight. Meanwhile, true crime books and documentaries sifted the records with new tools. Some tried to tie the Axeman to a larger pattern of axe attacks across the South, like the earlier servant girl annihilator cases in Texas. The comparison felt tidy. Similar weapons, nighttime entries, households turned upside down. But historians warned about conflation. Shared methods did not mean shared hands. Axes were common. Backdoors were common. Cities in fear repeat each other's defenses and mistakes. The letter's authenticity kept sparking debate. Was it the attacker? A prankster? A journalist testing circulation? Handwriting analysis never settled it, and the tone fiery, theatrical, felt designed to be remembered. That was the point. The promise of safety through sound lodged itself deeper than any suspect list. Ask people what they recall, and they mention the jazz before they recall names like Maggio, Basuma, or Pepitone. The victims became chapters. The letter became a chorus. Theories aged and hardened. The Mumfrey story survived because it resolved anxiety. A villain shot in another city. Case closed by chance. But the records stayed messy. Other suspects drifted in and out of podcasts and late-night arguments. Some locals still say there were multiple attackers who learned from headlines. Others hold to the lone figure under a slouched hat. The police files did not choose for them. That left room for folklore to do what it always does. Fill silence with a shape that feels right. If you listen closely, you can hear how the city processed the months when back doors felt like invitations. People turned fear into routine, then memory, then legend. A killer threatened New Orleans with a condition. The city answered with a soundtrack. Even now, the story gets hauled out when the first horn line lands on a warm night. It is a reminder of who was lost, and how the living found a way to stay up until the danger passed, one chorus at a time. A murderer set rules. A city chose music, turning raw fear into something people could hold together for a night. If you want the rare clippings, disputed timelines, and deeper suspect files, stick around for our extended breakdown next, and subscribe for more carefully built true stories that follow the evidence into the dark. Let's get to story number 2. The sax cut off mid-phrase, and the club lights lifted just enough to show the red on the floor. At the back table, a man in a linen suit didn't flinch. He folded a napkin, set it down, and said one sentence that would push the city past its breaking point. By morning, radio hosts were whispering about a deadline that could not be missed. Pay, confess, or more bodies. The band packed up in silence while police chalked marks that smudged under shoe soles. Out on the sidewalk, someone hummed the melody the sax never finished, steady, like a warning. It started 2 nights earlier, in a rain that fell straight down. A bartender was counting the draw when the front door opened to the kind of silence that arrives before trouble. The man who came in didn't order. He placed a matchbook on the counter, the club's logo burned into it, and asked what time the last set usually wrapped. The bartender said 11. The man nodded, turned, and left with the matchbook still there, like an appointment card nobody wanted. By 11:15, a trumpet case lay open next to a bent stand. People said the shooter stood near the service exit, close enough to hear the drummers count. 3 shots, tight, professional. The target was a promoter who had been squeezing musicians, a man who believed contracts and favors were the same thing. The crowd dropped, then froze, waiting on the next sound. The door banged, and the shooter vanished into the rain that kept falling like nothing had happened. It felt like a message, but nobody knew how to read it yet. The second strike came fast. The next evening, in a narrow hallway that smelled like bleach and perfume, a club owner, the kind who wore rings too heavy for his fingers, walked out of his office and didn't make it to the end of the corridor. 2 rounds into the paneling behind him, one into the exit sign that flickered afterward like it was trying to choose a side. A waitress saw a figure in a flat cap, remembered the way he didn't rush, and told detectives she thought he hummed on his way down the stairs. Police spread out across the block, taking names before stories hardened. They wrote flat cap twice, then scrubbed it out when another witness said no, it was a knit beanie. The surveillance system had been installed but not connected. Records showed the owner had signed the invoice and never paid. An officer laughed once, then stopped. They canvassed doorways and stoops until the street emptied to the sound of bottles clinking into bins. What nobody knew at the time was that a sheet of paper taped under the promoter's desk held a list. Club names, debt amounts, and initials. The first 2 lines matched the dead. A third read, "After Friday, no second chances." The promoter's assistant admitted he wrote it for his boss, a reminder to call in money owed or cut acts that weren't pulling crowds. It looked like ordinary greed until you noticed the dates. Every deadline fell on a weekend night when the room would be full and the lights turned down. It was a schedule for humiliation, and someone flipped it. While that was happening near Midtown, a trumpet player packed his horn and drove straight to his sister's apartment. He had been warned to clear out for a week. The warning came from a man everyone called Cousin, though he wasn't related to anybody in any legal sense. Cousin said the streets were going to settle a score, and the first notes had already been played. He told the trumpet player to tell no one, which the trumpet player followed until he sat on a milk crate in his sister's kitchen and told her everything. She called a friend who used to date a detective. By morning, the story had already traveled farther than the shooter. Meanwhile, something else was happening across town. A small jazz magazine received a letter with clipped words and a tone that tried too hard to sound calm. "We will restore balance," it read. "If you take without giving, you will be attended to." It wasn't the language of a stick-up. It sounded like a committee, or one man pretending to be many. The editor turned the letter over to police, who sent it to the lab for prints. The paper came from a common notepad, the glue line jagged. No prints, just a faint smear of oil that matched half the city. This was the moment everything changed for the venues. Owners met behind locked doors to compare notes. Some admitted to taking bigger cuts than agreed. Some claimed innocence and glared at the rest. A manager said, under his breath, that maybe the dead had it coming. His sound tech quit that afternoon, saying he didn't want to check mics for targets. By nightfall, clubs posted private security at side doors, which made patrons feel safe and performers feel exposed. The police chief faced cameras and chose his words like he was diffusing wires. He called the killings targeted, said the department had promising leads, then asked for patience he knew the city didn't have. He didn't mention the list. He didn't mention the letter. He didn't talk about the ultimatum some were already whispering about, the one rumored to land at midnight on Saturday, printed on black paper with white letters. He needed quiet. The city needed noise to cover its fear. In the neighborhoods, bartenders kept towels within reach and left the front lights brighter than usual. Musicians stayed close to back walls and watched doorways between sets. Deals that would have stretched over months were settled in a single handshake, cash in envelopes, no talk of percentages. The rain slowed to a mist, then stopped. The streets held the wet like they were waiting for the next set to start, and for someone to decide when the downbeat would land. The ultimatum settled over Saturday like fog, thin at first, then everywhere. By noon, club owners were making quiet calls to grocers with back rooms. They asked for cash change, for the kind of envelopes that slide across counters without talk. A grocer on Jefferson opened his register, counted out stacks, and asked who they were paying. The manager said, "Insurance," and left with his pockets heavy and his eyes on the door. He told the band they would take a short break every 30 minutes. He didn't say why. Everyone knew. Back doors turned into main doors. Performers parked in alleys, slipped in through kitchens, and tuned near mop sinks. A bass player set his instrument down beside crates of grapefruit and practiced in a whisper, fingers walking in air. A dishwasher leaned in and asked if the rumors were true. The bass player said, "Rumors always have an author." He checked his phone, which buzzed with a message from a friend at another club. "Cash on the table," it read. "No receipts. Midnight is real." At a place on Monroe, the owner posted a security guard at the restroom corridor and changed the lighting to something flatter, less theatrical. He wanted sightlines. He told the band to keep tempos up, to avoid ballads that slowed the room. It was superstition mixed with strategy. A faster room might make a shooter hesitate. A slower room might make everyone hear the click that comes before the damage. He stayed near the soundboard, a hand always on the master fader, as if volume could solve what bullets start. Meanwhile, police ran a quiet sweep through loading bays. Officers checked door chains, looked for fresh scuffs on fire exits, and asked bartenders to text if they saw the flat cap, or the beanie, or whatever headwear the story had settled on for the night. They stationed cars on cross streets with engines off and windows down. They had a list of venues rumoured to be on the unknown list nobody had seen, and they passed those addresses between units like a prayer. The magazine editor who received the first letter got another one folded inside a copy of their latest issue. Same clipped tone, same attempt at ceremony. "Midnight marks," it read. "Names who took will return what they took, or we will balance the page." It named no one. It did not need to. Bands took cash in green rooms and split it on the spot, hands moving like dealers at a table. No talk of later. Later had become a word nobody trusted. Grocers became bankers. A popular corner market rolled up its steel gate at 10, then locked the front and opened the back to a line of managers carrying deposit bags. The owner's son counted with his thumb, the way his grandfather did when the city was younger and less polished. He remembered stories about protection that sounded like this one, dressed different, meaning the same. He asked if police knew. The managers shrugged. Police knew everything and nothing. That is what nights like this teach you. Midnight got closer. Clubs dimmed, lights a little less. Some left them bright and called it a theme. A drummer took off his rings, put them in his shoe, and played with bare hands for a sound that cut cleaner and didn't flash. A singer asked for a mic check 3 times. She hated how her voice sounded like it was waiting to be interrupted. She pressed her lips together between verses and looked at the side door. At 11:50, a text ran the length of the district. Webster hit. It was wrong by a block and right by a mile. A small room 2 streets over heard the snap of something hard against metal in the alley. The barback peeked and saw a fuel can turned sideways, wick cut short, flame already eating the rim. He grabbed the salt bin, dumped it, drew a circle, and stomped until the glow turned grey. He laughed once, out of shock, then called the owner. They decided it wasn't a message. It was practice. That felt worse. Then midnight came and passed like a train you expected to stop and didn't. For a minute, nothing happened. Heads lifted, shoulders dropped a hair. A sax started a solo that threaded through the room and made people remember they came for music, not menace. A bouncer near the kitchen door smiled at a cook and mouthed, "We're good." The cook nodded and went back to plating fries with hands that calmed. 2 minutes later, a single shot cracked from a hallway behind the stage at a club on Alexander. Not the main room, not the crowd, the backstage where knees bend and nerves settle before the up-tempo tune. The bullet took a strip of drywall and buried in a beam. Nobody fell. The point landed anyway. A second shot punched a mirror in a green room where a manager had been counting. Glass hit the floor like hail. He scooped bills into a duffel with fingers that wouldn't listen. Across the street, a grocer flipped his sign to closed and stood inside the door with his keys. He watched a shadow move across the club's upstairs windows like a cloud crossing a lamp. His phone chimed. Another message. Brighton next. He locked his register, walked to the back, and checked the alley twice. He had learned, fast, that back doors are not exits, they are invitations. He wedged a crate under the knob from inside and told his nephew to sleep in the office. Police arrived fast enough to catch people still crouched. They moved through in pairs, hands open, voices low. They found the broken mirror and the beam with a fresh wound. No brass, no prints, a hint of oil on the door push that matched the smear from the letter because everyone touches doors. The chief got the call and felt the city glow with the heat of almost mass harm, almost peace, almost a break that would name a face. The pattern had hardened. Midnight was a time, a stage mark, a promise that future nights would keep. Sunday morning arrived with a quiet that felt like a bruise. The magazine editor unlocked his office, stepped over a stack of back issues, and saw an envelope propped against his door. White, unmarked, a thin strip of tape across the flap. He stood there a full minute before he bent to pick it up. He thought about calling the detective first. He thought about coffee. He slit the edge with a plastic ruler he had used for years to crop photos and slid out a single page. Jazz in every home. That was the header. Centered, printed in thick black, letters cut clean as if from a template. Under it, paragraphs arranged like a manifesto. Short lines and pauses where sentences could have run. The voice was the same, clipped calm, but the mood had changed. It sounded less like punishment and more like a plan. If you profit, you share. If you take, you repay. If you listen, you will not bleed. He read the lines twice, then picked up the phone. Detectives took the page by the corners and laid it flat. A tech scanned it, then bagged it, and swapped in a high-resolution copy for reading. The first paragraph set the terms. 10% from door and bar, counted nightly, placed in envelopes marked with the date, given to performers before the last set. The second offered what it called compliance support. It listed drop points, back rooms at 3 markets, and a pawn shop, where envelopes could be confirmed for fairness if trust ran thin. The third section promised community audits, a phrase that made the chief write it down twice, underline it, and draw a box he hoped would stop it from getting bigger in his head. The kicker sat at the end. 3 strikes are over, warnings are done, the next imbalance draws blood where you hide it. That line read colder than the header. It sounded like someone who thinks he is reasonable until he is not. It named no clubs. It did not tie to specific nights. It turned a city into a test of interpretation, which is a hard way to breathe. While that was happening in the bullpen, the editor explained how the envelope had been set at his door. The building's camera covered the stairwell, not the hallway. The copier downstairs had toner on the floor from a spill on Friday. The shoe prints that crossed it were a blur of softened edges. A detective asked about the phrase, jazz in every home. The editor said it sounded like a slogan from the 1950s, the kind of optimistic line you see in magazine ads showing record players and perfect dinners. He said it might be a joke, bitter and pointed, or it might be a wish, twisted into a rule. Club owners read a copy by late afternoon. Some laughed at the math, not because it was wrong, but because it was simple. 10% would not break them. 10%, made a rule by a gun, would break them in a different way. A manager called his bartender and asked if the cash box could handle a new split every set. She said yes, if he stood there and watched her count, because trust was fragile now, and arithmetic gets strange when fear leans on it. Musicians shared screenshots. A bassist said it sounded like the union that never showed up. A singer said she wanted to believe in fairness, but not like this. A drummer pointed out the drop points and said someone was building a map of control, never mind profit. They argued in threads, then agreed in person to keep cash close and leave together. Police drafted a statement that said nothing about the letter. They called it noise, off the record, while assigning uniforms to the listed drop spots. They stationed unmarked cars with clear sightlines and told officers to act like shadows on a wall, present, quiet, and ready. The chief reminded the room that whoever wrote this had already shown he counted weekends and watched rooms. He would also watch doors with cops. Night came with fewer people in seats and more at the bar. Faces turned to the mirrors. Managers handed out envelopes early. Bands tallied fast, then played the last set anyway, because music pays rent and fear does not. A trumpet traced a line that hit the back wall and curved back into the room, warm, small, stubborn. Outside, an officer shifted in an unmarked sedan and read the header again on his phone. Jazz in every home. He thought about his daughter practicing scales. He thought about how rules arrive and who gets to write them. By Monday, the phones at the precinct were a metronome. Owners called to say they had paid. Musicians called to say they had been paid. Nobody called to say they felt safe. The letter had shifted the room from fear to obedience, then to something harder to manage, suspicion. Every envelope handed across a bar came with eyes on the ceiling, waiting for a sound that would rewrite the night. The first hard escalation hit at dusk, when a club on Lyle prepped for a jam. The kitchen door swung, and a line cook yelled that the alley smelled like gasoline. 2 beat cops were already half a block away. They rounded the corner to find a small plastic jug wedged under the door with a rag stuffed through the mouth. The match never touched. The message did. Fire would now sit in the same pocket as bullets. A forensics tech lifted a faint partial print off the handle, then groaned when the swirls ran into the ridged texture of cheap plastic. It charted to no one, then to everyone with rough hands. While that was happening, a pianist on East Avenue walked out to catch air and saw a man watching the front. Not lurking, just standing in the slow wash of neon like he was checking a set list posted on glass. The pianist said, "Hello." The man nodded, smiled, then asked if the owner kept the cash in the office or the kitchen safe. The pianist lied, said the bank picked up after the first set. The man smiled again and walked. The pianist wrote down the time and the colour of the man's jacket, a green that looked grey under the lights. He handed it to a patrol who wrote it again, then stuck it under a magnet on the squad car dash like a reminder to breathe. The second escalation landed 20 minutes later on Joseph. A locked side door gave, hinges popped quick, and the room went dark as if a breaker had tripped. The band stopped mid-phrase. A flashlight bobbed near the board. The owner stepped toward it and found himself staring into a lens of pepper spray. He hit the floor, coughing hard. In the confusion, a hand swept 2 envelopes from the bar, the night's first split and the house cut, still uncounted. When lights came back, the door swung gently, and the scent of citrus sat over everything, sharp and wrong. It felt less like robbery and more like a warning about who controlled the dark. The chief greenlit staggered walkthroughs. Officers in pairs drifted into rooms and stayed just long enough to be seen. It steadied some, rattled others. One singer said into the mic that police made her feel safer. Half the crowd clapped. The other half shifted on stools like their names had been called. Owners changed small habits. Cash boxes moved from drawers to apron pockets. A bartender wore a money belt under her dress and swore she would never tell her mother. Meanwhile, the drop points turned active. The pawnshop owner, who usually kept his eyes on jewelry, counted 3 envelopes with care a banker would envy. He said he hated every second. He stamped receipts with a date and a tiny star because he liked order in disorder. A uniform sat across the street, pretending to eat a hot dog that had cooled to rubber. He watched hands pass paper and tried to memorize gaits and shoulders, the things masks and caps can't change. He logged 12 men, 5 women, 2 kids, sent as runners with nervous grins. None fit the composite from the hallway, which changed again in memory. A rumor grew teeth by midnight. Someone said the next weekend would be the real purge. The phrase traveled fast and arrived warped. Purge becoming tax, tax becoming strike, strike becoming blackout. The word blackout stuck when a breaker blew at a club in Brighton and stayed down for 6 minutes. Candles came out, phones flashed, and a drummer kept time on a rim while the audience hummed a melody that felt like a rally more than a song. The owner swore it was old wiring. A tech swore the panel had been thrown. The detective on scene wrote both versions and underlined neither. Then came the onslaught's cleanest shot. Not lethal, but mean. A single round hit a steel exit bar in a hallway where kids stacked chairs after matinees. The ricochet bit a wall and died. The sound rang long. A busboy vomited from adrenaline. The round deformed enough to hide its story. No clean lands and grooves for the lab to match. Whoever fired it wanted noise, not murder, at least not here, not now. It trained the city to expect violence while withholding it, a cruel efficiency. By sunrise, the panic had matured. Parents texted check-ins to adult children who bartended. Musicians made chains of rides. Nobody walking alone. Grocery back rooms took on the quiet of counting rooms in old movies, except this was not nostalgia, it was survival, translated into arithmetic. The chief faced cameras again and called for calm without promising it. He reminded owners that paying under threat does not end threats, it feeds them. He also knew nobody wanted a lecture from a podium while they bled cash and fear. In apartments above small clubs, people heard the city rethink itself. The letter set rules, the knights enforced them, and the streets obeyed because disobedience had a sound everyone now recognized. A trumpet practiced long tones in a room with curtains drawn. A cook set his knives in a roll and placed it by the door. A bouncer tested the weight of a new flashlight in his hand and thought about how light fails, then returns. By Tuesday, detectives were trading sleep for names. The first man to rise came from a bartender's quiet certainty. She said he tipped in exact change, watched doorways the way staff watch tabs, and showed up only when the room got loud. He worked at a warehouse near the river, drove a grey sedan with a mismatched mirror, and wore a green jacket that looked grey under lights. A tale learned he lifted weights after midnight and ate at a diner that never closes. A warrant turned his trunk into a photograph of ordinary life. Jumper cables, a moving blanket, a half-used bottle of motor oil. The lab found fibres that looked close to the upholstery thread from the mirror room, then called them common and set them aside. A second face surfaced because he talked too much. A self-styled promoter with business cards printed crooked, he boasted that he was bringing order to a chaotic scene. He had opinions about splits, lectured musicians about sustainability, and called owners by their first names like a dare. He matched the tone of the letter, but not the competence. When detectives pressed him on Saturday at midnight, he said he was home live streaming a vinyl cleaning tutorial. The stream existed. The comments were real. His alibi held, thin and annoying. Then there was the man everyone called Cousin, the messenger who told a trumpet player to clear out. He swore he only passed warnings, the city's nervous system in human form. He knew doors, kitchens, and doormen by nickname. He knew who carried cash and who stayed open late. That knowledge made him feel like a puppet master in miniature. He also had a record, small things, a fight, a shoplift. Under the light, he talked a fast circle. He was afraid of whoever wrote the letter. He wanted the credit without the heat. He played runner because he didn't like funerals. Across town, a quiet janitor came into focus. He had keys to 3 venues, moved like he had nothing to prove, and always parked facing out. On Saturday, he clocked a double shift, fixing a leak and wrangling a stubborn breaker that tripped twice. He had access, timing, and a calm that worried people. But when the lab swabbed his hands, they got bleach, oil from a hinge, and the powder from latex gloves. The breaker panel showed wear that had nothing to do with sabotage. He had been doing his job while the city guessed wrong. Anonymous tips flooded in with a new theme: the flat cap, the beanie, the jacket that shifts color under neon. People handed over photos from their phones, men standing in doorways, backs half-turned, faces blurred. Detectives pinned them to a board and watched it become a crowd of almosts. A composite artist tried again, this time using 2 witnesses from the hallway shot. One remembered a scar near the ear, the other swore the man had a clean jawline and no marks. Memory bent under fear, and the sketch turned into a generic face that looked like a fifth of the district. A rumor pointed at a pawn shop owner because the letter listed his counter as a compliance support point. He bristled, showed tax returns, and let detectives comb through his basement, which held nothing but empty guitar cases and a broken snare. He said being useful was not the same as being involved. The officers nodded. They had learned that lesson already. The sharpest dead end came from a man who fit too well. He coached a community jazz workshop, knew load-in schedules, and drove a van with blacked-out rear windows. He lived near 2 of the clubs and often wore a green jacket. He also had receipts from Saturday at midnight, gas, groceries, a mechanic's invoice time-stamped 11:58. Cameras caught him paying. The timeline refused to break. The chief wrote, "Too neat," in his notebook, then closed it. By Wednesday, stories started to move faster than facts. Bartenders told new hires that the shooter always stands near the service exit, even when Saturday proved otherwise. A trumpet player swore the letter writer tapped his glass during a ballad, 3 times, same rhythm as the club's old ice machine. A cook said he saw a green jacket in the freezer reflection. People believed pieces because belief is lighter than proof, and lighter things travel farther. Neighborhood kids turned the ultimatum into a chant. 10 for the band, 10 for the band. They drummed on milk crates outside a bodega and called it practice. Their parents told them to stop. They kept the rhythm and lost the words, then kept the rhythm anyway. Rules were becoming beats. Beats were becoming rules. That is how scenes reshape themselves when they are scared and stubborn at the same time. Clubs adjusted in ways that looked like tradition the moment they stuck. Bands started splitting the first set before the second. Envelopes on music stands like set lists. A new custom took root. Last tune called early, if a back door rattled twice. The drummer's eyes going to the bassist nodding toward the exit. The sound tech sliding the lights up as if it were part of the show. People called it the lift. It belonged to the city by Thursday, as if it had been there forever. Meanwhile, the phrase from the letter got unhooked from threat and tied to something else. Jazz in every home appeared on handmade flyers for a Sunday afternoon porch jam, 2 blocks from any venue. Families dragged out folding chairs. A kid played scales while his aunt clapped the offbeats. A neighbor who used to sing in church found her harmony again. They did not invite the ultimatum into that space. They took the phrase and bent it back to where it might have started. A hope, not a weapon. Folklore needs a face, so the district made one. The man in the green jacket, the one who hums, became a composite of habits and shadows. Someone said he used to be a record store clerk who hated reissues. Someone else said he was a union rep disappointed by people who pocketed dues. A third insisted he was 2 people, one who writes and one who walks. The truth stayed small and mean. Nobody had him. Stories did, because stories never miss a shift. Owners who survived the week added rituals that had nothing to do with bullets and everything to do with breathing. Staff ate together before doors, not after. A host lit a single votive near the board. Superstition turned into calm. A saxophonist put her rings back on and decided she would play the ballad every night now, not to tempt fate, but to make the room answer to something other than fear. The first time she did it, the room stayed quiet all the way through, then exhaled like they had been holding a shared note. Police adjusted their posture. Instead of walking through and leaving, they sat down for one tune, paid their tab, and left a tip. It took the edge off the mirror feeling. It also turned them into part of the room that rumor could not fully weaponize. The chief understood what was happening. The city was writing its own counter-letter, not on paper, but in routines that said, "We're still here, we will be here tomorrow, and your rules do not get the last chorus." Years from now, people would argue about when the danger ended. Some said it burned out the moment envelopes felt normal. Others said it ended when a drummer missed the downbeat, laughed, and the crowd laughed with him. Memory compresses weeks into a single night that never existed. What stayed true was simpler. The scene learned how to dance around a threat without letting the threat lead. The letter tried to score the room. The room gave itself a different chart. The phrase survived. It turned into a yearly block party with borrowed amps and kids with second-hand horns. The pawn shop owner grilled hot dogs and told anyone who would listen that compliance support had been an awful joke the city outlived. The grocer's nephew ran sound from a card table. Someone taped the first letter's header to a lamppost and wrote a new line under it in black marker, the kind that bleeds through. Jazz in every home, joy in every bar. People clapped, off the beat and on, and no one cared which. Let's get to the final story. The body broke the surface at dawn. A phone in his pocket buzzed until the battery died. 20 feet away, on a moss-dark wall under the bridge, someone had sprayed a simple smiley face. 2 dots. A crooked grin. His parents waited upstream, clutching coffee that went cold long before the diver waved. Police called it another tragic fall. Locals shrugged. Winter takes what it wants. But that yellow grin kept showing up near cold water and missing nights, college towns, bar districts, holiday weekends. Independent investigators started mapping pins. Accident, coincidence, or a coordinated hunting ground hiding behind a child's doodle. To understand why anyone would chase a spray-painted grin across the Midwest, we need to go back to the late 1990s. A run of disappearances began to feel familiar in cities that didn't talk to each other. Young men went out drinking with friends. Someone lost track of time. A bouncer waved them off the sidewalk. A group text went unanswered. Snow piled high. Weeks later, a fisherman or a spring thaw found them in the water. Detectives Kevin Gannon and Anthony Duarte were already living with one of those cases in New York when they started hearing about others. They pulled public reports, newspaper clippings, and the kind of neighborhood stories that only surface over coffee with patrol officers. On a wall-sized map, they stuck pins where bodies were recovered and traced thin threads back to the last places they were seen. The lines crossed bar districts, river walks, and campuses that looked eerily alike in winter. What stood out wasn't just the age, usually college-aged men, often athletic, often studying engineering or business. It was the rhythm, last seen after midnight, bitter temperatures, security cameras that faced doors but not sidewalks leading to the water. The exits were always clean. A friend turned around to close a tab. A cab didn't show. A campus shuttle just left. By morning, the trail was already cold. Without an obvious crime scene, the default explanation was intoxication and exposure. Meanwhile, something else was happening at the edges of those recoveries. Near underpasses, on abutments, below railings along canals, investigators began photographing simple faces sprayed on concrete. Not one style, sometimes cartoonish, sometimes minimal, sometimes nearly washed away, but similar enough to make a tired detective pause on a freezing search. A smiley face. For Gannon and Duarte, that symbol became a thread to pull. They noted proximity, dates, and distances. Was the graffiti there before the disappearance? Did it show up after a body was found? Did anyone else in the neighborhood tag those walls? Critics didn't hesitate. Smiley faces are everywhere. It's one of the most common tags on the planet. If you look for it, you'll find it. Law enforcement in several cities listed the cause as accidental drowning tied to alcohol. The threshold to reopen cases without new forensic evidence is high. Blood toxicology, when available, often supported drinking. With cold water and time, bodies told incomplete stories. The burden fell back on grieving families who heard more than once, "We've seen this before." Stakes rose with each closed case. When a case is labelled accidental, homicide resources rarely get deployed. No canvas of every camera on the route. No phones pulled from towers, unless there's probable cause. No dive team sweeping the exact entry point because nobody can say where that was. Parents hired private investigators. Flyers went up anyway. Students walked in pairs for a week. Then finals arrived, and the river kept moving. Here's where it gets tricky. Pattern recognition is both a survival tool and a trap. Gannon and Duarte saw repeated elements that would catch any trained eye. Similar routes, similar gaps, similar recoveries. But what nobody knew at the time was whether the smiley faces were signatures or static. Tag culture thrives on repetition. A single symbol can belong to 1,000 hands. The detectives tried to filter noise from signal with timestamps, interviews, and site photos. They catalogued murals that predated incidents and noted fresh paint without context. 3 days after one recovery in a Midwestern city, a new face appeared beneath a bridge on the most direct walking path from the last seen bar. The distance was under 300 yards. Locals said kids tagged there every weekend. A business owner swore he'd never seen that face before. The detectives added it to their list but marked it unverified. That careful hedging kept their theory alive in rooms where skepticism was the default. This was the moment everything changed for their map. A winter clustered with cases across state lines. Pins formed arcs along rivers, feeding the Great Lakes and the Mississippi. The pattern wasn't proof, but it was pressure. Either one case would stand up to homicide standards and shift the narrative, or the entire theory would fold under the weight of coincidence. As families pushed for answers, one name started to circulate as a possible test. Minneapolis had a case that wouldn't stay quiet. Halloween in Minneapolis has a way of softening hard edges. Costumes, crowded sidewalks, a quick wind off the river. Chris Jenkins left a downtown bar in a Native American-style costume with fringe, moccasin-style footwear, and a red t-shirt after a night out with friends. He was 21, a business major, and a goalie on the University of Minnesota lacrosse team. At some point before midnight, there was a disagreement at the bar. Security escorted him outside. He didn't have his coat. Temperatures were dropping. He didn't come home. His girlfriend started calling. Friends retraced steps. A missing persons report followed, but with an adult and alcohol in the story, urgency sagged. Search flyers went up anyway. Volunteers walked the river's edge with flashlights, calling his name into the dark. Police checked shelters and hospitals. Weeks turned into months. In spring, after the thaw, a body surfaced near the Mississippi's west bank. It was Chris. The initial ruling matched the pattern everyone had learned to expect. Accidental drowning, intoxication, a contributing factor. With no obvious trauma noted in early reporting and a winter in cold water, the assumption felt practical, but the family didn't accept it. They hired private investigators, kept pushing for a deeper review, and kept pointing to details that didn't sit right. Those details were simple, but they echoed in conversations. The clothing. Chris was found still wearing his costume, which suggested he never made it home to change or warm up. His wallet and keys were still with him. One report noted that his hands were crossed on his chest when recovered, which didn't match how bodies typically position after long periods in moving water. Family advocates said that could indicate staging or restraint. Others argued currents can shift limbs in strange ways. Even among experts, cold water recoveries are hard to read. To understand why the case flipped, it helps to slow down on the evidence threshold. Minneapolis Homicide reviewed more interviews, bar security accounts, and the timeline leaving the door. There were questions about the route he would have taken if he was walking home without a coat in below freezing weather. Could he have navigated the riverbanks in moccasin-style footwear on icy ground? A witness came forward with information about a confrontation outside. Combined with inconsistencies in earlier statements, the picture changed. In 2006, nearly 4 years after he vanished, police reclassified Chris Jenkins' death as a homicide. That reversal landed like a jolt. It wasn't proof of a network or a symbol. It was proof that one case in the cluster could meet homicide standards after being written off as accidental. For families across the Midwest, it was a crack in the wall. And the graffiti? Investigators checked the immediate landscape. Along the Mississippi's banks in Minneapolis, tags come and go in waves. Underpasses and bridge piers carry layers of paint. There were reports of simple faces within walking distance of the bar district and near common footpaths to the river. But tying any single face to Chris's disappearance proved impossible. Photographs from before and after the recovery showed multiple tags, weathered at different rates. Some faces predated that Halloween. Others appeared after news coverage spread. The link was suggestive, not definitive. So what does one reclassification mean in a sea of drownings? It validates the fear that at least some recoveries conceal crimes. It also complicates the theory. One confirmed homicide doesn't convert every case into murder, but it changes posture. It tells detectives what families had argued for years. Don't assume the river did the work. As Minneapolis shifted its view, other cities felt the pressure. Winter would come again. The same routes, the same gaps, the same water. And the argument over pattern or coincidence would only get louder. While Minneapolis argued over cause and manner, the symbol kept creeping back into conversations. A simple face near cold water. Investigators who believed in the pattern treated each one like a potential breadcrumb. They built spreadsheets with GPS coordinates, distances from last seen locations, and dates of both disappearance and recovery. Then they set rules. A face within 250 to 500 yards of a probable entry point counted as proximate. Anything beyond that was noise, unless a path naturally funneled foot traffic past it. They tried to anchor each tag in time with old photos, street view captures, or local shop surveillance aimed at parking lots. Here's where the ground got shaky. Style variance was huge. Some faces were playful, bubble letter loops. Others were quick, angular dots and a line. Tag culture thrives on repetition and imitation. Someone sees a simple mark in one spot and replicates it 2 blocks over. There's no forensic database for graffiti the way there is for ballistics. Paint brands overlap, nozzle types blur stroke differences, and street weathering erases edges. Unless an artist claims a piece, or gets caught with a can in hand, attribution is guesswork. Even then, a single writer can't speak to a city's worth of marks. They also discovered a timing trap. In several cities, archived photos from neighborhood blogs showed faces on flood walls months before a disappearance. In others, new faces showed up days after news broke, a kind of morbid echo. A tag drawn after a recovery doesn't mean anything unless you believe someone is taunting. That's a leap that law enforcement won't make without more. Contamination is constant. Kids tag, rival crews cross each other out, utility workers paint over, and the cycle repeats. When a symbol is simple, it's nearly impossible to prove authorship in court. So the detectives narrowed their lens. They prioritized sites where a face sat in a hard-to-reach spot, down a steep embankment, on the riverside of a safety barrier, or tucked under a bridge pier that required a boat or nerve to access. The logic was straightforward. A tagger looking for visibility usually hits walls facing foot traffic. A face hidden near water felt deliberate. They also logged instances where faces paired with odd secondary marks, letters, arrows, or specific numbers, especially when those extras showed up in more than one city. Critics pushed back with math. The base rate fallacy loomed over every pin on the map. In urban areas, especially near water and rail, graffiti density is high. If you walk a half mile of riverfront in most college towns, you'll find faces, initials, and symbols. If the symbol is common, proximity can be coincidence. Confirmation bias does the rest. Once a detective expects to find a face, every circle and dot reads as a match. To counter that, the investigators tried blind tests, sending photos to analysts without context and asking them to categorize symbols. The results were mixed. A few cases did nudge the conversation. In one city, a face with a distinctive looped grin sat exactly at the point where a low fence was bent outward, as if someone had pushed through. That same looped grin appeared months earlier on a canal wall 2 states away, next to a set of initials that matched. Nobody could prove the same hand made them, but the specificity stood out. In another case, a face included a date string that matched the night a student vanished. Local taggers told police that wasn't typical. They avoid dates because they age the art. Those were rare, and still not enough to carry a prosecution. Meanwhile, families took photos of every chalked smile near a memorial, and some of those images surfaced online without location data, muddying timelines further. Chain of custody for imagery became a problem. A photo taken after a vigil could be posted next to an article about the initial search, compressing time in a way that suggests a clue where none exists. Investigators who believed in the pattern started using time-stamped body cams on river sweeps to lock down what was present during searches. What nobody knew at the time was whether the symbol mattered at all, or if it just made grief tangible. A face is something to point at. It's a villain you can draw. Yet the behavioral pattern, men, nights out, water, winter, kept resurfacing, even when no face was found within a mile. That forced a split. For some, the graffiti became a narrative device, a signpost in a scary story. For others, it stayed a working lead, filtered through distance rules and timing. The question lingered: was the face a signature, a coincidence, or a mirror we held up to fear? Welcome back again. Please comment down below what time it is, wherever you are right now, and press the like button. Let's get to it. He stepped out into the bright heat of Ocean Drive, a thin magazine in his hand, and started up the marble steps. 2 cracks, close together, and Gianni Versace collapsed. The shooter turned, calm, blending into the street before slipping away. Who was he? Why Versace? How did a private spiral end on a designer's doorstep? Across America, 5 bodies marked the path, a city on edge. To understand the gunman, we need to go back into charm, humiliation, and a life built on borrowed names. Andrew Philip Cunanan arrived with words before stability. In classrooms, he was the gifted talker, a quick mimic, reading what adults wanted and reflecting it back with a polished smile. Teachers noted recall bordering on photographic, a flair for detail, and a habit. He would shape stories to fit the room. At home, volatility hummed beneath the surface. The psychology of the moment is important. Status and control were currency in that house. Affection was conditional, and winning meant being seen. His father, Modesto, chased upward mobility with relentless energy, selling the dream of comfort and belonging. For a while, the family lived it, a nice neighborhood, good schools, a feeling that they were climbing. But money built on unstable ground buckles. Under investigation for financial impropriety, Modesto fled to the Philippines abruptly, leaving behind debts, anger, and a son who had learned that image can be everything, and that image can vanish overnight. That exit was an erasure of stability. Andrew watched status collapse, and he internalized the lesson: never be powerless, never be ordinary, never admit the fall. San Diego's social scene became his next stage. In Hillcrest and La Jolla, he cultivated older, wealthier circles, men with established lives and discretionary money, people who appreciated a charming dinner companion who knew the right wine, the right gallery opening, the right line from a French film. He was young, handsome, attentive, offering flattery as if it were a currency that never ran out. He adopted the cues of privilege, the brands, the restaurants, the casual confidence that suggests, I belong here. But belonging was leased, not owned. Identity inflation followed. He would shift backstories depending on who was listening. Stanford one night, cultural aristocracy the next, a military family background when it caught sympathy. Names and details bent around his needs. He used aliases for fun first, then for function. It was not simply lying for sport. It looked like survival, a way to hold off shame that gnawed every time the check came or the lease was due. Investigators later considered this pattern as foundational, grandiosity covering a deep fear of rejection, the kind that curdles into anger when exposed. Money flowed through his hands as quickly as it arrived. Gifts, trips, a rented lifestyle. When the support waned, he borrowed, leveraged favors, promised impossible returns. Friends described a magnetic presence in public and a thin-skinned volatility in private. If you questioned the narrative, he escalated, talk turning sharp, then apologetic, then extravagant. What stands out now in retrospect is that stress did not create the persona, it amplified it. Under pressure, he doubled down on the mask. Bridge relationships formed the fragile web that would later snap. In Minneapolis, he built connections with David Madsen, a successful architect with a careful, private demeanor, and Jeff Trail, a former Navy officer with a steady, protective streak. They represented anchors, men with careers, routines, and reputations. Around them, Andrew could stage a version of himself that looked stable. But anchors can become mirrors. They reflected back the gap between his performance and his reality. In 1996, the edges of his constructed life began to fray. He reportedly bragged about connections to fashion, to wealth, to high society, in ways that strained belief, even among tolerant friends. Some distanced themselves, others confronted him. The psychology of the moment is important here. Grandiosity can manage social risk until it meets formal rejection. Cut off from certain benefactors, told to move on by others, he felt something more dangerous than poverty: humiliation. In that frame, every goodbye was not just an end, it was an indictment. He took small steps that now read as precursors. He asked to crash on couches, burned bridges over trivial slights, escalated stories into threats. He flashed expensive tastes without resources to match. When confronted, he would pivot, reframe, then retaliate with gossip. The community held him at the margins, still invited sometimes, increasingly managed at arm's length. And yet, for all this, there were moments of quiet, intimate connection. Late-night talks with David, protective advice from Jeff, attempts to help him stabilize. Those attempts mattered. They set the stage for the betrayal he would perceive later. Meanwhile, family ties remained fraught. A trip to the Philippines to see his father exposed a different kind of disillusion. The myth of a successful patriarch overseas crashed into a simpler reality: reduced circumstances, unfulfilled promises. If the father had staged his life, the son took notes. He returned to the United States with more resentment than repair, and a sharpened need to prove, to someone, that he still mattered. He curated a persona around intelligence and access. He would quote rare books, memorize menus, and collect gossip like evidence. The effect was intoxicating for newcomers, but for those who knew him longer, it became unsettling. In hindsight, friends later told reporters about tells, the practiced laugh, the way he would watch a room for the most important person, then recalibrate his story mid-sentence. He was performing belonging, and every successful performance reset the addiction. Substance use threaded through the period, not constant but present. It lubricated long nights and dulled the friction of his contradictions. Drugs and alcohol can flatten shame temporarily and then rebound it with interest. After binges, he would swing between generosity and rage, promising change, then asking for money. The debts were not just financial. He drew on emotional credit too, and those accounts approached their limits. By early 1997, he was talking about leaving San Diego behind, chasing something bigger, money in Minneapolis, opportunities in Chicago, a reset that would erase the past few messy months. He told different people different reasons for the trip. He packed light, carried stories heavier than his bags, and flew north with an itinerary only he knew. The button therefore pattern was already in motion. He needed to regain status, but he had burned too many bridges. Therefore, his next moves would need to be riskier. What nobody knew at the time was how quickly his frustration would harden. The fragile loyalty web, David's concern, Jeff's boundaries, acquaintances' patience, would be tested in close quarters. Control, for him, was not just about money, it was about narrative. Who gets to decide who Andrew is? Who gets to tell him no? The answers in Minneapolis would be brutal. When his network frayed, the violence began. In Minneapolis, his arrival did not raise alarms. It started with familiar faces, a few nights on couches, a plan that shifted depending on who asked. Friends sensed a change, less charm, more edge, a pressured cadence in his stories. The psychology of the moment is important. Humiliation sat close to the surface, and he needed someone to absorb it. David Madsen tried to keep distance but offered kindness. Jeff Trail, steady and blunt, pushed for boundaries. Those boundaries would be tested inside a quiet apartment on a Saturday night. April 26, 1997. David's loft, a clean space with tall windows and an orderly calm. Andrew insisted, "Jeff, come over," the way a story needs its final witness. What happened in that room was not recorded, but the aftermath drew a grim outline. Neighbors reported shouting, a thud against metal, another thud, then silence, then hurried movement. Investigators later found a blood pattern on the rug, spatter tracing an arc that suggested blunt force applied repeatedly, close in, personal. A claw hammer lay nearby, wiped once, poorly. The body, Jeff Trail, was pulled to the bedroom, placed beneath a rug, staged out of sight. Why the overkill? Investigators considered control and humiliation. Jeff had tried to protect David, and he had challenged Andrew's narrative before. Rage can look like punishment when a delusion is threatened. The staging hinted at panic and calculation colliding. Hide the evidence, buy time, keep David compliant. But here is the twist. David did not run. He stayed inside that apartment for hours with Andrew and the body of his friend, a fact that would generate debates, blame, and grief that never healed. By morning, they left together. Witnesses saw them exit the building, controlled, quiet, David carrying a bag, Andrew leading. Some describe David as anxious, others as resigned. Abduction dynamics are not always violent on the street. They are clamped by fear, threat, and hope that compliance will end it. They drove in David's red Jeep, the vehicle becoming a moving boundary, too close to jump, too public to scream. Friends called, left messages. Silence followed. In missing person cases, silence is usually gradual. Here it was immediate. They spent part of the next day near the Mississippi River, a wide, cold body of water that swallows sound. The location matters. Open space can feel like relief, but it isolates witnesses. On April 28th, a few miles downriver from the city center, a fisherman saw something out of place on the bank. Shoes, then a shape. David Madsen had been shot twice, once in the head, once in the back. The head wound suggested execution, the back wound suggested a shot during flight or staging to imply it. The autopsy added limited clarity. No prolonged restraint marks, no defensive wounds that could resolve the final minutes. Contested theories emerged. Was David complicit after the first murder, frozen by shock, then executed to sever a tie? Or was he a hostage throughout, coerced, then killed when he saw a chance to run? Investigators considered both. The timeline compressed. Jeff murdered late on the 26th. David killed early on the 28th. In between, Andrew pawned items, made calls, and moved with purpose. Control, humiliation, rage, each visible in the choices he made, but none definitive without his voice under oath. Forensic evidence provided the bones of the narrative. Fingerprints in David's apartment placed Andrew at the scene, beyond question. Neighbors described a man matching his build and voice. The hammer bore blood consistent with Jeff. Fibers from the rug transferred to Jeff's clothing, indicating post-mortem movement. Phone records showed calls attempted from David's line that went unanswered. The Jeep's tires picked up mud, consistent with riverbank soil. What stands out now in retrospect is how tightly the events packed into 48 hours. leaving little margin for intervention. Meanwhile, inside the community, dread spread fast. Word moved through bars, offices, and phones. Jeff is missing, David is not answering, Andrew is here. People locked doors, double-checked plans, looked over shoulders on night walks. The media stayed muted at first, cautious, waiting for official confirmation. Without national coverage, the circle felt like they were keeping a private storm at bay, but two bodies do not stay local for long. The stakes doubled, and so did the urgency. Minneapolis police coordinated with the FBI, but information traveled in packets, sometimes delayed by jurisdictional procedures. Andrew had a head start and a talent for slipping between versions of himself. He was already using David's Jeep, a moving billboard for a search that had not fully started. He drove, he ate, he slept, he scanned headlines that had not yet named him. That delay mattered. What nobody knew at the time was that the killings were not a culmination, they were a beginning. The psychology of escalation was in motion. Having crossed the boundary into lethal violence, he found tactical advantage in it. Fear silences, murder erases witnesses, stolen vehicles extend range. He told himself a story about control, and now the evidence aligned with it. The next target would not resolve a grievance. It would confirm a pattern. In the aftermath of Jeff and David's deaths, friends faced a crushing calculus. Grief complicated by questions. Could they have stopped it by pushing him out earlier? Did attempts to help enable proximity? These are unfair burdens, but they linger in cases like this. The real weight falls on the brutality inside that loft and along that river, where two lives ended because a man demanded absolute control over the story of himself. With two dead, he did not slow down, he accelerated. While that was happening in Minneapolis, a different life moved on its precise schedule in Chicago. Lee Miglin, a respected real estate developer, left notes for the day, returned calls, and prepared for a routine weekend. He was known for discipline, philanthropy, and a quiet demeanor. On May 4th, 1997, that routine fractured. His wife, Marilyn, returned from a business trip and sensed something off. Messages unanswered, a house too still. The garage told the story first, and then there was the body. Stakes come into focus when order breaks. Lee was found bound with duct tape, his face wrapped, his wrists secured, his ankles immobilized. The brutality was not rushed. He suffered multiple stab wounds, and there were signs of beating, torture, and overkill. In a pristine garage, meticulous by design, the violence looked deliberate, rehearsed. The psychology of the moment is important. This was not a chaotic burglary, it was domination. Investigators considered two paths: forced entry by a stranger, or access gained through familiarity. What stands out now in retrospect is that certain details contradicted a simple break-in. There was no conventional ransacking inside the home. Items of value remained. Yet Andrew Cunanan took very specific things. Lee's green Lexus, personal effects, and later, credit cards that would ping far from Chicago. But here is the twist. The connection between Miglin and Cunanan was never conclusively established. Rumors circulated, chance meeting, prior acquaintance, a targeted approach based on perceived status, but police never verified a relationship. We are left with a chilling mystery. Why this house? Why this man? Control was the through line. The duct tape suggested staging and prolonged dominance, the kind that humiliates. The injuries suggested anger, arguably more than necessary to kill. Investigators considered a motive rooted in rage at status denial. Cunanan repeatedly excluded from elite circles, now punishing a symbol of establishment success. It is an analogy detectives often use. When you cannot enter the castle, you attack the gate. Yet, without a known link, this remains inference, not proof. Forensic evidence provided realities that did not depend on speculation. Tape residue on Lee's face and limbs, consistent with the same brand of material found in the garage supply. A knife from the home's own tools. Blood patterns on the concrete showed directionality, consistent with movement during the assault. There were partial prints lifted from the Lexus and the garage surfaces, later matched to Cunanan through comparison with his known prints from Minneapolis. The path hardened. Minneapolis to Chicago, two scenes of intimacy turned into instruments of death. Theft is often noisy, but this theft was strategic. Cunanan took the Lexus, equipped with a phone. He used Lee's credit cards to purchase gas and food along the route east and then south, leaving a breadcrumb trail that investigators could finally follow in real time. Why use traceable cards after two murders? Investigators considered a mix of arrogance and need. He needed speed and comfort, and he may have believed that speed would outpace coordination. In 1997, interagency communication was not instantaneous. Alerts took time, databases refreshed slowly. Toll booth cameras were not connected. Media attention spiked. A prominent Chicago figure, murdered in his home, bound and stabbed, now tied to an active double homicide suspect from Minneapolis. This changed the scale. National coverage named Andrew Cunanan showed his photo and described him as armed and dangerous. The message reached gas stations, hotel lobbies, airport counters. But mobility was his advantage. While the public learned his face, he drove through towns where the name meant nothing yet. There is a human moment worth holding. Marilyn Miglin stood outside her home, ringed by cameras, refusing to feed rumor, speaking only of her husband's humanity. Grief collided with public fascination, and investigators tried to shield her while extracting every possible detail about the last known movements. She insisted on dignity, an anchor against the spectacle building around the case. Inside the investigation, tension grew around victimology. The first two victims, Jeff Trail and David Madsen, fit a known circle, men in the gay community connected to Cunanan. Lee Miglin, older, straight, a high-profile developer, did not fit that pattern cleanly. Profilers debated, was this expansion random, or had Cunanan always targeted symbols of power, using proximity where he could find it? Profiles are maps, not destinations. Here, the map started to blur. Meanwhile, the Lexus turned into an accelerant. License plate readers were rare, but credit card transactions lit up in sequence. Indiana, then farther east, then a pivot. He eventually abandoned certain habits, but first, he enjoyed the car's anonymity, its speed, and its connections to a life he had always performed. A luxury brand, a leather interior, a smooth engine. In hindsight, it reads as theatre he directed for himself. Ride high after the humiliation in Minneapolis. Reenact control. Keep moving. What nobody knew at the time was that Cunanan's logistical adaptation would soon outpace the dragnet. He used payphones, paid cash when spooked, and rotated between visible risk and calculated restraint. He watched news in motel rooms, gauging where his name landed and which cities were already scanning for him. One detail would prove crucial later: the Lexus's onboard phone. When he realized it could be tracked, his behavior shifted sharply. In the aftermath, Chicago police worked with the FBI to stitch timelines, canvass the neighborhood, and test any theory that linked victim and killer. None solidified. The public narrative held contradictions, whispers of acquaintance, official silence. And yet, for all this, the evidence of escalation was plain. The violence was more ritualized, the theft more strategic, the trail more national. This was the moment everything changed for the manhunt. The stolen car turned a regional search into a national pursuit, a moving signal that law enforcement could almost follow, but not quite catch. While the Lexus carried him out of Chicago, the investigation finally caught up to the idea that speed could be traced. The onboard phone became a liability. Calls could be triangulated, locations inferred, and the net, though slow, was knitting together. The psychology of the moment is important. When control feels threatened, he simplified. He needed a vehicle without a beacon, fuel without a receipt, movement without a signature. New Jersey, May 9th, 1997. A quiet cemetery in Pennsville, trimmed grass, headstones aligned, a caretaker working a routine morning. William Reese was 33, a husband, a father, a man whose work asked for steady hands and gentle attention. The stakes were painfully ordinary: a paycheck, a truck, a list of tasks before noon. He wasn't part of any social circle Cunanan knew. He hadn't crossed him, insulted him, or rejected him. He was in the wrong place, holding keys that solved a problem. The action unfolded with terrible efficiency. Investigators reconstructed it from timing, witnesses, and the crime scene itself. The Lexus appears, the driver steps out, a brief exchange, then movement into a maintenance area. There was no ritualized staging, no extended domination, no elaborate humiliation. A single gunshot, close range. William Reese died where he worked. His pickup truck, a red Chevy, disappeared within minutes, rolling out of the cemetery toward the highway. The Lexus, the symbol of a previous life and a fresh murder, was left behind, doors closed, as if the scene should remain tidy. What stands out now in retrospect is the contrast. In Minneapolis and Chicago, violence had felt intimate, suffused with rage, even theatre. Here, it was instrumental, Focused. Pragmatic. Investigators considered what this shift meant. He wasn't escalating brutality for its own sake. He was adapting. Survival mode had clicked in. Kill. Replace the car. Move. It is an analogy used in manhunt briefings. A fugitive sheds identifiers like a snake, sheds skin, leaving the old version behind to mislead predators. Forensic evidence tied the cemetery to the spree with clinical clarity. The ballistic signature matched the .40 caliber weapon used in earlier murders. Casings stamped with the same manufacturer. Ejection marks consistent with the same semi-automatic. Tire impressions near the maintenance building lined up with the Lexus's tread, later confirmed when the car was processed. Witness descriptions converged. An athletic man, dark hair, calm, not hurried, as if he had rehearsed this exact exchange in his head before driving in. The impact rippled in two directions. For William Reese's family, grief was immediate and incomprehensible. A random erasure, a husband and father taken because a stranger needed a truck. For law enforcement, the case shifted shape. This wasn't targeted vengeance, it was opportunistic procurement. The man they were hunting could depersonalize his victims at will, turning human lives into logistics. That raised the stakes for the public. Anyone, anywhere, could be pulled into his path if they possessed what he needed. Coordination problems surfaced in the hours that followed. The Lexus was found, yes, but statewide alerts on the stolen Chevy lagged. Radio dispatches carried the update. Databases took time to refresh, and not every patrol car had the same information at the same hour. Toll plazas saw a blur of red trucks each minute. Cameras recorded, but retrieval required requests. And requests took time. The but divided by therefore pattern repeated. The suspect changed vehicles. Therefore, the description changed. The description changed. Therefore, the dragnet stumbled. Media finally locked onto the name with full force. National broadcasts showed Cunanan's photograph, alongside images of Lee Miglin's home, David Madson's riverbank, Jeff Trail's smile, and now a cemetery in New Jersey. The map on screen drew a diagonal wound across the country. Fear spread across states, not in a wave, but in jolts. Phone calls to loved ones, bosses reminding staff to lock doors, motel clerks studying every check-in. Please leave a like and subscribe for daily true crime stories. There was a human moment inside a gas station later that day. A clerk watched a man pay cash, fill a red pickup, and keep his head low. He remembered the eyes, calm but depleted, the kind of fatigue that follows adrenaline. He only connected it after the news looped the man's face for the 10th time. In hindsight, missed opportunities weren't always neglect. They were the product of timing and fear of being wrong in the moment. Meanwhile, the red truck pointed south. Why Miami? Investigators considered his affinity for scenes where anonymity blends with spectacle. South Beach offered both: transients, cash economies, and crowds that don't ask questions. The center of gravity shifted. He had the vehicle, the weapon, and the habit of vanishing into public places. With the cemetery behind him and a city ahead that thrived on movement, Andrew Cunanan drove toward a coastline where the hunt would finally tighten. Miami received him the way it receives thousands each week, with heat, humidity, and anonymity. South Beach in late May was loud on the surface and loose underneath, a place where people arrived with stories no one checked. The red Chevy blended into a mosaic of rental cars and delivery trucks. He parked near the ocean, stepped into a crowd that didn't know his name, and exhaled like a man who believed he had outrun a headline. The stakes were different here. This wasn't Minneapolis, where a small circle watched each other, or Chicago, where a name meant something on every block. South Beach was transient. Residents rotated through sublets and weekly rentals. The psychology of the moment is important. If you need to disappear, choose a city where staying visible is another form of invisibility. He found cheap motels with lax ID checks, rooms with thin towels and thicker curtains, and he learned the rhythm of the streets by listening. Cash burn began immediately. Pawn slips accumulated, each one a small admission that he had run out of favors. Jewelry, watches, and clothes moved across counters for bills that vanished into rent, food, and the occasional club cover. Clerks remembered a man who knew the value of items too well, who insisted on quick transactions, who kept sunglasses on longer than the clouds required. He rotated shops to avoid patterns, but patterns formed anyway. The way footprints appear, even when you think you are walking on stone. Sightings turned into a chorus. He ate at diners where night workers ordered eggs after midnight. He drank at clubs where the bass covered conversations and faces blurred into a shared sweat. He slept in rooms that smelled like bleach and ocean air, the combination that tells you the staff is quick, and the windows are rarely opened. A bartender remembered a calm posture, precise orders, and a wallet that appeared and disappeared like a card trick. He sat with people who thought he was passing through, which was true, just not in the way they assumed. Investigators considered the problem of the unsheltered city. Miami's open architecture is a challenge for surveillance. Open streets, beach access, crowds that move like tides. Tips came in waves. He was spotted on Collins Avenue, then maybe on Lincoln Road, then at a pawn counter on Washington. Each lead aged quickly. By the time a call was routed and a patrol car swung by, he was gone. Meanwhile, he watched the local news with the volume low, checking whether the man in the mirror still matched the photo on screen. What stands out now in retrospect is how close the net came without touching him. A pawn ticket carried a name, sometimes invented, sometimes real, and a fingerprint in smudge form that didn't match cleanly in the system. A front desk clerk took cash and shrugged at a missing driver's license. A neighbor saw a red truck but didn't clock the plate. And yet, for all this, the city felt him. People in the community traded warnings. Lock doors, keep an eye out, call if you are unsure. He adjusted routines. Daylight meant errands, night meant movement. He found a rhythm. Sell small items, eat something cheap, sit by the water to plan. The oceanfront anonymity worked on him like a sedative. He could be anyone near the shoreline, another figure staring at waves. But here is the twist. The same shoreline hosted a regular, a man whose routine was public, known, and fixed. Gianni Versace took his morning walk on Ocean Drive, collected his newspapers, and returned to Casa Casuarina with a quiet efficiency that locals could set their watches by. Why stay 8 weeks, with pressure mounting? Investigators considered humiliation fermenting into spectacle. He had fled, adapted, and survived, but survival alone wouldn't satisfy the story he told himself. Fame sat across the street, visible, perfect for a final performance. He had spent years borrowing status from proximity, and now proximity offered the ultimate stage. The psychology of the moment is important. Narcissistic injury seeks repair not through apology, but through display. Missed opportunities multiplied, and they weren't all systemic. A patrol officer glanced twice at a man on a bench, recognized nothing, and kept driving. A hotel maid noticed a room left too tidy, drawers empty, hanger marks without clothes, and thought only of turnover. A pawn shop camera captured his profile, but the tape sat in a back office until a detective asked for it days later. Coordination improved, but improvement lagged behind motion. He traded the red truck for distance by hiding it in plain sight, parking it among others near marinas and construction sites. The truck became background noise in a city with constant deliveries. One detail would matter later: a roll of newspapers, neatly arranged in the passenger seat on certain mornings, suggesting he watched routines and rehearsed his own. He visited a bookstore, read magazines without buying, and studied faces of men who would never learn his name. Meanwhile, Versace's routine didn't change. He lived with purpose, even at home. Work in the morning, meetings in the afternoon, friends in the evening. Security in Miami wasn't what it would become after, because at the time, celebrity felt safer in public spaces than reality would soon prove. He greeted staff, waved to locals, and treated the street as an extension of his courtyard. Fame is loud, but daily life is quiet. That quiet made him reachable. A micro-story from a cafe. A server remembers 2 men at different tables. One flipped through a fashion magazine, pausing at the Versace spread. The other signed a bill with a flourish, a familiar face in the neighborhood. They never looked at each other, or maybe they did, through reflections in the glass. In hindsight, proximity reads like inevitability, but at the time, it was just 2 mornings crossing. By early July, tips turned sharper. A pawn slip matched his known pattern. A witness described the same calm eyes. The red truck popped up on a side street, then vanished again. Law enforcement increased patrols quietly, not wanting to spark panic along Ocean Drive. They made lists: motels with cash acceptance, pawn shops within a 10-block radius, dumpsters where someone might ditch clothing or a bag. The lists helped, but lists don't look back. He grew thinner. Cash grew tighter. The calm calcified. He had stopped calling anyone weeks earlier, even from payphones, severing lines that could betray him. He lived in the present tense, and the present tense in Miami was warm, crowded, and forgiving of strangers. And yet, for all this, he was running out of moves. On a July morning, the sun lifted fast. The sidewalks dried from an early rinse. and the city settled into its ritual. He watched a doorway on Ocean Drive, measured footsteps, and waited for a moment that would bind his name to a legend. The paths finally crossed. The morning was ordinary, which is why it is unsettling. Sun on stucco, the sound of waves just beyond the palms. Casa Casuarina standing like a stage set that never closes. Gianni Versace left his gate shortly after 8, walked the short block to the news cafe, and picked up the magazines he favoured. Fashion, architecture, Italian newspapers. He greeted a few familiar faces, turned back toward the marble steps, and climbed with relaxed certainty. The shooter had already chosen the angle. Stakes were layered. Versace wasn't just a public figure. He was a working artist at the height of his powers, a partner, a brother, an employer. Outside the gate, staff moved through routines, a gardener trimming, a guard glancing at the sidewalk, tourists drifting with cameras. Inside, a family day was forming. The psychology of the moment is important. Routine gives a sense of invulnerability, and in that calm, danger can stand 10 feet away without a ripple. The action took seconds. 2 shots, close range, .40 caliber, the first striking behind the left ear, the second impacting near the cheekbone. Versace dropped to the steps, magazines scattering, blood staining the marble that had welcomed him home 100 times. The shooter turned, not in panic, but with a practiced exit, moving south along Ocean Drive, melting into the crowd in a grey tee and cap, holding the pistol low and tight. Witnesses froze, then shouted. A dove flapped from the courtyard fountain, as if even the birds registered the rupture. Unknown to them, across the water, a caretaker noticed something off. A small 2-story houseboat, usually quiet, now had a door ajar and a new padlock he did not recognize. Inside, he heard movement where no tenant was expected. He stepped back, called police, and waited on the dock as humidity built like pressure in a sealed room. Stakes tightened fast. Officers sealed the block, then the canal, then the neighborhood. Boats idled with engines low. Helicopters kept distance to avoid spooking whoever was inside. Residents watched from windows as tactical teams formed, slow, deliberate, careful. The psychology of the moment is important. Cornered fugitives can be desperate, but they can also be precise. The action moved in on a small scale, measured in inches. Officers stacked at the door, announced, then breached. Inside, a cramped living room, a couch with impressions, clippings about Gianni Versace, scattered on a table, cash in small stacks, food wrappers, and a mirror angled for line of sight to the hallway. A single gunshot cracked from the back bedroom. Silence followed, heavy and absolute. They advanced, clearing tight corners, then found the body on the floor against the bed. The same. .40 caliber semi-automatic lay nearby. Forensic evidence started writing its final chapter. The firearm's serial number had been removed, but the ballistic signature matched the earlier murders. Spent casing, extractor marks, breech face impressions were identical. A canvas bag held clothes, a few coins, a passport photo, and a tiny notebook with names scratched out. Autopsy notes later drew a sober picture. No recent heavy cocaine levels, despite rumors. An empty stomach. Dehydration, consistent with weeks of strain and spotty meals. Abrasions on knuckles, no defensive wounds. Death was instant, the muzzle placed at the mouth. The act was controlled. Investigators considered whether he planned suicide all along if trapped. The evidence suggested a contingency, not a fantasy. Impact arrived with the sound of the second siren wave. Medical, crime scene techs, supervisors. No trial, no sworn answers, only evidence and inference. The houseboat became a reliquary of absence, clippings about Versace, a radio tuned to news, a bed slept in lightly. Outside, the tape fluttered in marine wind while a city tried to exhale. With the shooter dead, the questions grew louder. In the aftermath, grief took separate shapes in 5 homes. Jeff Trail's family faced the logistics of a military funeral, and the burden of a private man turned into a headline. David Madson's parents fielded questions they could not answer, about timelines and choices, about a riverbank that would not let go. In Chicago, Marilyn Miglin protected her husband's legacy from rumor, focusing on his work, his tenderness, and the quiet routines they shared. In Pennsville, New Jersey, William Reese's wife and child lived with a loss that felt arbitrary. Keys, a truck, and then a life erased. In Miami, Donatella and Santo Versace moved through shock into duty, anchoring a global company while mourning a brother whose work was still on the mannequins. What stands out now, in retrospect, is the legal weight that followed grief. Estates needed settling, Insurance claims required documentation that insisted on details no one wanted to relive. And civil actions occasionally tested boundaries with media companies or landlords. Some families pursued victim compensation funds, others refused interviews entirely, guarding memory from the market. The psychology of the moment is important. Public tragedy demands answers, but families sometimes need quiet more than closure. Law enforcement reviewed the chase in slow motion. Inter-agency lag mattered, alerts posted hours late, vehicle descriptions updating unevenly, pawn slips sitting in back rooms until someone connected them. The FBI's 10 most wanted designation came, but speed did not always translate into proximity. In Miami, officers acknowledged missed chances, a pawn ticket that could have triggered a targeted sweep, a motel clerk's tip that aged out, a red truck nobody recognized as stolen because its plate never pinged in time. None of it changes culpability, but it explains how a fugitive hid in plain sight. Myths gathered quickly around motive. Tabloids speculated about secret meetings, whispered about fashion world vendettas, and drew lines between Versace and Cunanan that evidence never secured. Police never proved they had met. Theories multiplied anyway. Shared spaces at clubs in San Francisco, an introduction at a party, a passing glance upgraded by fantasy into a relationship. Investigators considered these stories, interviewed witnesses, cross-referenced calendars. Nothing fixed. This is the chilling mystery at the center. A symbolic target, likely chosen from distance, turned into a personal grievance by a man whose identity depended on proximity to power. Psychological autopsy added structure where facts thinned. Clinicians who study violence described a profile built around narcissistic injury, grandiosity, chronic lying, and rage at rejection, compounded by financial collapse and social exile. The performance mattered. He did not just kill, he curated scenes that displayed dominance, duct tape, and overkill. In Chicago, an execution-style shot by the river, a public assassination on marble steps. In that reading, murder became theatre, humiliation inverted into temporary control. But here is the twist. The Reese killing in New Jersey breaks the pattern. Instrumental, fast, indifferent. That contrast shows a man capable of switching motive frames to maintain movement. Media narratives split. Some outlets glamorize the fugitive's improvisation, giving him the anti-hero sheen reserved for outlaws. Others centered the victims, insisting on names before the gunmen's. Community leaders in Minneapolis and Miami pushed back against sensationalism that edged into stereotype about gay life, insisting on accuracy and respect. The late 1990s were not gentle about stigma. Fear inside LGBTQ spaces tightened, not only from the threat of violence, but from the way coverage could turn vulnerability into spectacle. Security culture shifted. Celebrity routines grew less predictable. Residential protections increased. Cameras, varied routes, staff training. Police departments in major cities updated protocols for multi-jurisdiction pursuits, adding faster data sharing and uniform alerts. Pawn networks were mapped and monitored more aggressively. Small changes, incremental, but they matter. They are the guardrails built from specific mistakes. Families lived with anniversaries. Memorial services brought flowers, but also questions that returned like weather. Could we have seen this coming? Why that morning? Why that garage? Why that riverbank? Those questions do not resolve, they soften. Some relatives found purpose in advocacy, speaking about interagency communication or victim dignity. Others went quiet, keeping memories in the smaller rooms of the house, away from microphones. What happened next remains shrouded in mystery, in the space where proof ends and interpretation begins. Did Cunanan intend Versace specifically from the moment he reached Miami, or did the idea harden over weeks as he watched the routine? Investigators considered both possibilities, noting the clippings, the proximity, and the timing. Absent testimony, the best we have is pattern. A man whose life was performance closing with a killing staged for maximum attention. And what does it mean when fame and anonymity collide so violently? It means the public square is not neutral. It means icons are still people on morning walks, and strangers can map their routes. It means humiliation, when left to fester without treatment or accountability, can become a script written in other people's blood. The city healed, but not back to what it was. It healed into something more cautious, more guarded, and more aware of the cost of delay. Let's get to story number 2. The bathroom microphone captured it, barely a whisper, that said, "Killed them all, of course," as an arrest warrant was already in motion. Investigators had spent decades triangulating silence. A missing wife, a dismembered neighbor, a slain confidant. A family fortune shielded him. A pattern of erasure followed him, and he kept walking free. To understand how a New York real estate heir reached that moment, we need to go back 1970s Manhattan, a young medical student named Kathy, and a marriage that started bright, then fractured in the shadows. Robert Durst was born into a dynasty that built steel and glass into money, reputation, and leverage. The Durst organization shaped the New York skyline, and with it came pressure, expectations to conform, to perform, to pass the empire forward without scandal. At the time, Robert's place inside that machine was uneasy. He was the eldest son, but he didn't act like a corporate heir. He drifted toward isolation, toward odd routines, toward distances that felt deliberate. The psychology of the moment is important. As a child, he experienced a parental loss that scarred the family fabric, and rivalry with his brother grew into a quiet, permanent tension. What stands out now, in hindsight, is how that pressure collided with detachment. Friends remembered Robert as intelligent and aloof, quick with details, slow with warmth. He could be charming, then cold. He could be generous, then withholding. In a family that prized control, he seemed to choose opacity, and yet he didn't live as a recluse. He moved downtown, he met people, he dated. That is how he met Kathy McCormack. Kathy was young, ambitious, and focused. She was finishing medical training, working through long nights and harder weeks, pushing toward a career that would give her freedom and identity. She was also drawn to the world Robert represented: wealth, access, a different orbit than the one she came from. They connected quickly. They married. It looked like a power pairing, the heir with resources and the student with drive. But beneath the photographs and dinner parties, there were fractures forming. The early domestic rhythm felt odd to friends. There were reports of control, isolation, volatility. People close to Kathy said she sometimes appeared with bruises, that her explanations felt thin, that she seemed afraid to say more. The psychology of the home matters in these cases. Abuse often lives behind closed doors, protected by money, normalized by routine. What if a pattern was already in place, one that mixed jealousy with domination? Investigators later considered that possibility. At the time, the couple presented as complicated but functional. They had a lake house, they hosted, they traveled. Meanwhile, Robert, standing inside the family empire, was strained. He worked, then drifted. He pushed back against his father's decisions and against the idea that he should be an eager lieutenant. His brother's ascent aggravated the rivalry. For a man who craved control but avoided responsibility, a wife moving toward independence could feel like a threat. When Kathy moved deeper into her clinical work, the gap widened. She was often at the hospital. She had plans to finish, specialize, and, according to friends, consider her options if the marriage didn't stabilize. By the early 1980s, the tension escalated. There was an alleged incident at a party, loud enough that people still talk about the mood change afterward. Police were called to the home more than once, according to later reports. Money became a lever: how it was given, how it was withheld, how it set the terms of daily life. Friends say Kathy started to talk about divorce, about getting her own place, about making sure she had access to money she felt she was owed. The stakes were clear. Her career depended on stability and time, and his resources could either help or constrain her. This is where the human element sharpens. Think about a medical student in her final stretch, exhausted, proud, and trapped in a marriage she couldn't fully predict. Think about a wealthy husband who didn't like to lose and didn't like to be questioned. Arguments, even small ones, cut deeper. Control escalates when someone senses a loss of power. In hindsight, the pattern looks familiar. Isolation, intimidation, then a pivot to sudden calm. Her friends noticed the swings. 3 days earlier, something unusual and unsettling occurred in their marriage. Pressure collided with fear. This wasn't a fight about chores. It was about separation, about money, about what she could say to others. She reached out to friends more urgently. She asked for help. They worried about what might happen next, because the volatility felt sharper, the timing worse. She needed to be in class, to be on rounds, to keep her resume intact. And yet she was pulled into arguments that left marks, visible and invisible. What nobody knew at the time was how quickly a life can turn from crowded to empty. When a person disappears, the erasure is immediate, but the investigation is slow. But before we get there, the stakes need to be clear. Kathy's entire future, her medical career, her independence, hung in the balance of a marriage she couldn't repair. Robert had the means to hire lawyers, to manage narratives, to outlast scrutiny. She had friends, courage, and a clock that was running out. Now lay the family shadow over all of it. The Dursts didn't just have money, they had institutional weight, legal teams, and the ability to make problems quiet. That kind of influence doesn't write the ending, but it can shape the opening chapters. In this case, when the tension peaked, the world outside the marriage wasn't ready for the storm brewing inside. The last weeks were filled with red flags, calls for help, plans to leave, and a husband whose moods sharpened as control slipped away. What happened the night Kathy vanished? That question becomes the spine of everything that followed, because once the erasure began, each silence would be filled by a different story. Late January 1982, a Sunday night turning into Monday. The timeline is tight, the details contested. Kathy was reportedly last seen at the lake house earlier that weekend, then back in Manhattan by Sunday. Friends remember frantic calls, fear in her voice, a request to come over. She had been planning to attend a dinner with classmates that evening, then return to her apartment, then be at her medical rotation first thing Monday morning. She never arrived for rounds. The silence began. Robert's account hardened quickly. He said he put her on a Manhattan-bound train from Westchester that night, that she returned to the city, and that he later went to a friend's house. He mentioned a call from Kathy to the dean of her medical school, claiming she wouldn't be in. This is the anchor of his narrative, a call that would become a fault line. The psychology of the moment is important. Alibis, once repeated, turn into memory. Meanwhile, friends sensed trouble. One friend, deeply worried, made multiple calls. When Kathy didn't appear on Monday, panic moved from private to public. At the school, her absence was noticed immediately. Medical training runs on clockwork, miss one shift, and someone calls, miss two, and questions get formal. The alleged call to the dean stood out because it didn't align with her habits, her work ethic, or the tone of her recent messages. Why would a student so close to graduation casually skip a critical rotation? Action followed, slow at first. Police did a welfare check. The apartment felt off, some scattered items, no clear sign of a struggle, but unsettling in the way silence is unsettling. Investigators considered voluntary disappearance, a common early misstep in missing adult cases. Friends pushed harder, bringing notes, photographs, dates. They had their own mini-case files, built from years of late-night conversations and visible bruises, from sudden changes in her plans and frightened remarks after arguments. In hindsight, this was evidence, not gossip, but the investigation drifted. The family's shadow loomed over early steps. Detectives came and went. Timelines were sketched, then redrafted. The question of the train dominated. Did he drive her to the station? Did she board? Did anyone see her arrive in Manhattan? No conductor remembered her. No taxi driver came forward. No neighbor placed her at the Riverside apartment after that night. Without a body, the case lacked the forensic anchors that force action. And yet, the absence itself was a form of evidence. A person on the verge of finishing medical school doesn't erase herself. Robert's movements, as he recounted them, were neat. He said he got back to the city, went to a friend's place, made calls. The times were plausible, the specifics were thin. What stands out now, in hindsight, is that each point could be true on paper, but hollow in practice. Meanwhile, the alleged call to the dean lingered, a single, convenient fact that explained the next day's silence. Investigators later considered whether someone else placed that call, using familiarity with her life to make it sound credible. Stakes sharpened as days turned into weeks. Kathy's friends, mostly women in medicine, understood patterns of coercion. They pressed the NYPD, wrote down anything that felt relevant, and visited the apartment again. They found routine objects still in place, things a person takes when leaving for good, makeup, study materials, winter gear. These details matter. When someone vanishes without a trace, the toothbrush left behind is louder than a confession. Press attention arrived, then receded. A missing adult in New York, married to wealth, tied to a family that disliked public spectacle. Reporters sensed a story, then hit a wall. The police response felt uneven, a combination of overwork and caution. And yet, within the social circle, whispers hardened into statements. Domestic abuse, financial control, threats. Friends remembered a night at the hospital when Kathy stayed over after a fight. They remembered the last calls, her voice thin, urgent, not dramatic, just tired and scared. The psychology of the moment is important. Victims warn the world in fragments. Durst repeated his version, calmly. He had taken her to the train. He believed she had gone back to the city. He said he wasn't with her after that. He cooperated selectively, hired counsel, and lived inside the protection money can buy. Time, private investigators, a buffer from direct pressure. The lack of immediate forensic evidence worked in his favor. No body, no scene, no definitive proof. The case began to cool, but here is the twist. As the official file dulled, an unofficial archive grew. Kathy's friends saved letters, notes about conversations, names of people she feared, places she had planned to go if she left. They were not detectives, but they understood pattern, and one name kept appearing: Susan Berman, a confidant in Los Angeles, a writer with a keen sense for loyalty, money, and secrets. The connection wasn't casual. Susan knew the marriage, the arguments, the stakes. In parallel, small investigative threads remained open. The phone logs around the alleged call, the timing of Robert's movements that night and into Monday, the absence of hospital staff who heard from Kathy. None of it proved homicide, but each piece chipped away at the train story's solidity. In cases like this, missing person logic is like a bridge. Remove enough bolts, it collapses under its own weight. What nobody knew at the time was how long the silence would hold. Months turned into years. The file changed hands. Some detectives considered foul play, others parked the case. The family influence didn't disappear, but it stopped being decisive. There just wasn't enough to force a reckoning. Meanwhile, those closest to Kathy marked birthdays without candles, anniversaries without answers. Then, a critical pivot. The idea that someone helped create the alibi surfaced, quietly. If the call to the dean wasn't Kathy, who had the knowledge and motive to place it? Access mattered. Style mattered. The voice of someone who could sound authoritative, who could make a dean accept a short explanation. Susan Berman's name moved from the social column to the investigative notes. In the aftermath of that winter, the narrative froze. Officially, she was a missing person, presumed alive at first, then presumed dead. Unofficially, people spoke about a homicide without a body. The erasure felt deliberate, silence where there should have been noise, a neat alibi where there should have been chaos. And, in Los Angeles, a confidant held a secret she would never testify about. Susan Berman grew up in shadows cast by money and violence. Her father, Davy Berman, was tied to organized crime in Las Vegas, a world where loyalty was currency and silence was survival. She turned that background into writing, publishing memoir and journalism, but the imprint of secrecy remained. When she met Robert Durst in the 1970s, she recognized something familiar: affluence mixed with isolation, intelligence wrapped in guarded habits. They formed a bond that outlasted careers and addresses. For Robert, Susan was a confident listener. For Susan, Robert was a friend who paid attention and, crucially, paid bills when work dried up. The psychology of their bond is important. Both felt like outsiders in elite rooms. Both distrusted institutions. Both prized private confidences over public explanations. Susan could be fiercely loyal, almost protective, and Robert responded to that with money transfers and steady contact. Investigators later confirmed financial support moving from him to her, especially in periods when he needed silence more than advice. But here is the twist. That loyalty, which looked like friendship, would place her at the center of the missing wife case 18 years after the disappearance. In 1982, as investigators considered alibis and timelines in Kathy's disappearance, a possibility surfaced. Someone close to Robert might have helped stage the call that excused Kathy from her Monday duties. The person would need familiarity with Kathy's school, her schedule, the tone that would make a dean accept a sudden absence. Susan Berman fit that profile. An experienced communicator who understood performance, who could sound authoritative over a phone line. There was no tape, no phone record that confirmed her voice, but the theory took root because it explained the precision of that one convenient call. For years, nothing broke. Robert drifted away from New York, then back again. Susan remained in Los Angeles, writing, struggling with money, tending to dogs, talking with friends about the older days. Then the case reawakened. Around 2000, New York investigators reopened Kathy's disappearance, pushed by sustained pressure from her friends and new attention from media. Old names regained relevance. Susan heard whispers that detectives wanted to talk. She anticipated a knock on the door. Did she fear being treated as an accessory? Did she expect to clarify the past? Friends say she was anxious, but calm. In late December 2000, the silence ended with a single gunshot. Susan Berman was found in her Benedict Canyon home, shot behind the ear, execution style, on the floor near the entrance. There was no sign of forced entry, no ransacking, no theft. The scene suggested familiarity. She likely knew the person, opened the door, turned her back. In homicide work, that entry wound implies trust or surprise. The act felt clean, calculated, and quick. And then, almost immediately, Los Angeles police received a strange alert. A brief note arrived, postmarked, addressed to Beverly Hills Police. The word Beverly was misspelled with an extra E, an unusual and unsettling error. The letter said a cadaver could be found at Susan's address. Cadaver is a clinical term, not common in everyday speech when reporting a death. Why send it at all? Investigators considered staging. Someone wanted the body discovered promptly, perhaps to avoid decomposition that could obscure timing, perhaps to manage the discovery narrative. The letter was a breadcrumb, but it did not name the sender, and there were no usable fingerprints. What stands out now, in hindsight, is how that single misspelling became a hinge. Years later, handwriting comparisons would link a known envelope from Robert Durst to an almost identical misspelling, the same awkward Beverly. But at the time, 2000 into early 2001, detectives catalogued the letter and focused on people in Susan's orbit. Robert's name was obvious. He had motive if the theory was witness elimination. Susan had the potential to connect him to the 1982 alibi. He had means, money, travel, access. He had history, increasing scrutiny back east. The timing matched the reopening in New York. Yet, as in Kathy's case, hard proof lagged. Meanwhile, the psychology of the moment is important. If someone feared Susan would talk, they would also understand her habits. She did not bolt chains in the daytime. She let friends in without checking IDs. She trusted the familiar. The lack of forced entry supports that. No sign of struggle, no barrage of shots, just a single, efficient wound behind the ear. That is staging in effect. Minimal noise, minimal mess, maximal certainty. Investigators canvassed neighbors, tracked phone calls, and reconstructed her final days. She had received money from Robert not long before, a pattern consistent with their relationship. She was expecting holiday visitors, juggling small errands, responding to calls from journalists chasing the revived Kathy story. The window of death fit a life in motion, not a person planning to disappear. In homicide work, sudden death paired with a looming interview is not a coincidence, it is a red flag. The letter kept pulling attention back. Beverly Hills Police. The extra E felt like a signature, not by design but by habit. Handwriting experts later drew comparisons between that envelope and one connected to Robert. At first, though, the case was a stalemate. No eyewitnesses, no camera footage of the shooter, no confession. Susan's murder drifted toward the cold case shelf, even as its gravity deepened the pattern. When pressure rose around the 1982 disappearance, a potential witness died. And yet, for all this, it was not over. The bond that once protected Robert now formed a corridor toward him. Friends remembered Susan's unwavering loyalty, but also her loneliness near the end, the financial stress, the desire to be seen. If she had knowledge about Kathy's disappearance, she carried it quietly for nearly 2 decades. The letter announcing her death turned the private into public, a chilling message that defined the crime more than any scream would have. In the aftermath, Los Angeles detectives weighed handwriting, access, motive, and timing. New York investigators watched closely. The two files, once separate, began to echo each other. A missing wife, an alibi call, a confidant who might have made it, then an execution and a misspelled word. What if the same hand threaded through both? Years later, the cameras would roll, the envelopes would be compared on screen, and a bathroom whisper would push everything forward. But in December 2000, it was just a door opening to a familiar face. And then the sound of one shot. While Los Angeles detectives weighed handwriting and access, another storm built in Texas. Robert Durst left the coasts and slipped into Galveston, a working port town where anonymity came cheap. He rented a small, shabby apartment in a low-rise building near the water. And then came the disguise. He presented as a mute woman, an older, quiet tenant, head down, eyes averted. Why mute? Because a voice gives you away. In hindsight, the psychology of the moment is important. He wanted an erasure so complete. Even language was a risk. Neighbors noticed him, but not for long. In places like this, people mind their own business. Rent gets paid, doors close early, the wind off the bay covers the rest. Across the hall lived Morris Black. Volatile, lonely, known for outbursts. He had moved often, had little patience for noise. and argued about small things as if they were insults. The building manager recalled tension, something about trash, shared sinks, loud television at odd hours. Morris was the kind of neighbour who kept a mental ledger of grievances. What stands out now, in retrospect, is how proximity built pressure. Robert, inside his disguise, tried to fade from sight. Morris, sensitive to intrusions, noticed incongruities. He saw Dorothy Sena, the name Durst used, and sensed something off. Mannerisms, the way the woman carried himself, the sudden silence when someone came near. Investigators later suggested Morris might have discovered Robert's identity, or at least suspected he was hiding from something. That suspicion, if voiced, could puncture the erasure. September 2001. The bay gave up what it had been asked to keep. Garbage bags, bobbing just below the surface, tore open. Inside were dismembered human remains, pale against the dark water, the head missing. Police traced the bags, the brand of ties, the cut patterns. The trail led back to that low-rise building, to the apartment with the odd tenant. Blood traces were found, saws, receipts for trash bags, a timeline of cleanup. The staging was not elegant. It was rushed, almost frantic. When officers knocked, the apartment looked like a workshop of second chances. Bleach, towels, a refrigerator that had held more than food. And yet, the most important piece of forensic evidence, the head, was missing. Without it, autopsy conclusions would be limited. Entry wounds, trajectory, exact cause of death, all clouded. But a driver's license pulled from the trash made the identification Morris Black, the neighbour, the man across the hall. Durst fled, briefly. He was picked up in Pennsylvania on a separate shoplifting incident, a strange, almost compulsive theft of a sandwich and bandages, despite cash on him. The act felt like a crack in control. Extradited to Texas, he faced the core question. Why was Morris Black in pieces, in the bay? And how did that happen inside an apartment he rented under an alias, in a disguise designed to erase identity? In court, the defense presented a stark, simple story. Self-defense. They claimed a struggle over a handgun in the apartment. Morris, agitated, had found the weapon and pointed it. A fight followed, a shot fired, accidental, then panic. Durst, they argued, was a man with reason to fear police attention, wanted elsewhere for questioning, tied to another homicide investigation. He made a terrible choice. He dismembered the body to hide the death, not because he murdered with intent, but because he feared being blamed. It is a disturbing claim, but it can work on a jury because it separates the act of killing from the act of disposal. The prosecution leaned on the brutality. Dismemberment is not what people do when truth is on their side. The saw cuts, the cleanup, the bags in the bay, this was calculated. They emphasized the head's absence. Without a skull, you cannot chart the bullet's path. You cannot prove whether there was a close contact shot, consistent with a struggle or a neat execution. The missing head became both evidence of staging and a hole in the state's case. The defense exploited that hole. In a courtroom, doubt does not need a full story. It needs a gap big enough for one question. Are you sure? Jurors listened to forensic testimony about cut marks that suggested a methodical process, learned about saws purchased at local stores, heard about bleach patterns and drain residues. They also learned about Morris Black's temperament. The defense painted him as combustible, a man who could escalate quickly. One analogy hovered over deliberations: a plane crash with no black box. You have wreckage, smoke, and trajectories, but the decisive audio is missing. The head was the black box. Why the disguise? Why the flight to Galveston? The defense reframed it as a practical measure. He was a wealthy man under a cloud of suspicion from a case he claimed he did not commit, so he hid to avoid what he considered media harassment and prosecutorial overreach. From their perspective, his choice to live as a mute woman was not proof of murderous intent, it was proof of paranoia. Jurors do not have to like a defendant to think the state has not proved its charge beyond a reasonable doubt. What happened in that apartment? In the defense version, a scuffle, a gun, a single chaotic moment, then panic and erasure. In the state's version, an intentional killing of a man who had become a liability, followed by meticulous dismemberment. The forensic evidence could not bridge the gap, and in criminal law, when evidence cannot cross, the defendant walks. The verdict stunned many. Acquitted of murder, convicted of evidence tampering and bail jumping, the jury, interviewed later, described the psychological bind. The dismemberment was monstrous. But the prosecution had not proved the shooting was intentional. The absence of the head, the lack of a clear autopsy conclusion, and the plausible story of a struggle created uncertainty they could not ignore. The psychology of juror uncertainty is not softness. It is the system working as designed, proof, or freedom. In the aftermath, he walked out of a Texas courtroom not as an innocent man in a moral sense, but as a legally acquitted one on the homicide count. He served time for the tampering, but the larger narrative remained unsettled. Why choose Galveston? Why the disguise? Why a neighbor dead? The pattern is what matters. When pressure rose, New York reopening, Los Angeles circling a confidant, he vanished into a place where voices blur and faces dissolve. And when proximity pierced that bubble, another erasure followed, this time with saws and tides. What nobody knew at the time was that this acquittal would not close the loop. It sharpened it. Filmmakers were already threading timelines. Handwriting experts were already tracking that extra E. The Texas verdict gave Robert Durst the confidence to speak again, to sit down, to perform control on camera. And when control slips, words leak. The next act would move from a small apartment in Galveston to a quiet bathroom in Los Angeles, where a whisper would sound like a confession. When filmmakers approached Robert Durst, they were not chasing spectacle. They were chasing contradictions. The Jinx set out to map timelines, to test stories against documents, to see where language buckled under detail. From the first interview, his cadence was measured, his gaze steady, his answers clipped. He presented as cooperative but controlled. The psychology of the moment is important. A man acquitted in Texas, unindicted for his wife's disappearance, uncharged in Los Angeles, now believed he could manage his narrative. They started with paper, envelopes, notes, address books. The investigative spine was handwriting. An old letter Durst wrote, addressing Beverly Hills, surfaced from his own records. The extra E, the same unusual and unsettling misspelling that marked the cadaver note sent after Susan Berman's killing, leapt off the page. Side by side, the misspelling was not the only echo. The block letters, the spacing, the slant, the way Hills sat a touch higher. Handwriting analysis is not DNA, but patterns matter when they repeat with precision. But here is the twist. Before the big reveal, the production kept him talking. He was asked about Kathy, about Susan, about Galveston. He deflected with practiced lines, then wandered into tangents that felt like tests of power. He corrected trivial facts, as if asserting control through minutiae. He denied knowing who sent the cadaver note. He said he would never write Beverly. The filmmakers did not argue, they documented. In true crime work, you do not fight the subject. You invite him to restate the claim. Meanwhile, they refined the forensic backbone. A document examiner walked through similarities, one stroke at a time, building a chain of resemblance. They were not declaring certainty. They were showing overlap, letting the audience see what investigators had suspected. The Beverly misspelling functioned like a fingerprint smudged by time, not perfect, but distinctive. And then the production made a choice. Confront him on camera with the two exemplars. When the pages slid across the table, his eyes tracked the letters. He did not look surprised, not in the immediate sense. He looked annoyed that the comparison existed at all. He tried distance, saying, "Lots of people misspell things." He tried sarcasm. He tried the shrug. Yet the visuals did what cross-examination often cannot. They allowed viewers to judge without a lawyer's filter. 2 envelopes, 1 habit. The interviews grew tenser. He asked for breaks. He sipped water. He stared at the floor a touch longer before answering. The filmmakers kept the pace slow and deliberate. They were not hunters, they were archivists. And still, the trap was not the confrontation. It was the microphone. After one session, he stood, gathered himself, and walked to the bathroom, still wearing the wireless mic. This is common in production. Microphones are removed by crew, not by interviewees. Inside the small, tiled room, he whispered to himself, a habit of rehearsing thoughts aloud. The muttered sequence came out in fragments, not a polished confession, but a raw monologue of a pressured mind. There it is. You are caught. Then, phrases broken by breath and the clink of water. The line that would echo everywhere. Killed them all, of course. Context matters. He also said things like, "What the hell did I do?" and "You are right." The filmmakers later emphasized that the audio required careful assembly, with redacted bathroom sounds and edits for clarity. Even so, the psychological impact was blunt. What stands out now in hindsight, is less the sentence than the setting. Alone, unwatched, he did not build a legal defense. He narrated panic. He argued with himself. He tried on the role of the guilty, then the innocent, then the clever. It sounded like someone hearing a house of cards slide. Prosecutors, when they finally heard it, did not treat it as a standalone confession. They treated it as a piece of a pattern, combined with the handwriting, with travel records, with money transfers to Susan before her death, with the 1982 disappearance. Public pressure spiked. The show aired in episodes, each one tightening the screws. Viewers became witnesses, not to a murder, but to a man corroded by detail. Law enforcement watched too. In Los Angeles, detectives reassessed the Berman file. In New York, the Cathy case stirred. Texas had already spoken, but the broader pattern, erasure in 3 states, was suddenly visible, clear enough for a jury to follow someday. The psychology of the moment is important. Once an audience accepts the coherence of a pattern, individual doubts shrink. The filmmakers pressed again on the cadaver letter. If he did not write it, who did? If he did not, why did his known envelope mirror the same odd misspelling? He reached for coincidence, for the fog of memory. He said he could not recall writing that particular Beverly. He allowed that he had written many notes, that he had addressed many envelopes. Yet the misspelling was rare. Locals do not write Beverly by accident. It reads like someone who did not live there, someone recalling the name as sound, not habit. For investigators, the misspelling was a door. The bathroom audio was the foot wedged in the frame. Still, the case needed more than theatre. It needed logistics. Travel records placed him near Los Angeles, around the time of Susan's death. Financial records showed transfers to Susan. Phone records sketched proximity. None of this proved he pulled the trigger, but it drew a path so narrow it was hard to miss the destination. And then production timing met prosecutorial timing. As the finale neared, an arrest warrant moved toward signature. Authorities had weighed the risk of flight, the likelihood of success, the mixed reliability of documentary evidence in a courtroom. The jinx did not create a case. It exposed seams in a story that had held for decades. In that exposure, old proof gained new weight. Jurors do not hear shows, they hear evidence. But jurors also understand human behavior. A man hiding as a mute woman, a neighbor in pieces, a confidant dead with a neat letter pointing police to her body, a bathroom whisper. What nobody knew at first was whether the audio would survive legal scrutiny, chain of custody, editing context, authenticity. Prosecutors prepared for challenges. They did not bet everything on the sentence. They built from the bottom up. Motive in 1982, opportunity in 2000, consciousness of guilt in 2001, handwriting across years. The arrest that followed the finale was not a stunt. It was a signal. The narrative had converged with the law. Meanwhile, in New York, the language began to change. Missing, edged toward, presumed dead. And with that shift, doors opened. Detectives returned to the old file with a colder eye, this time less impressed by pedigree, more focused on pattern. Friends who had held their own archives were contacted again. They brought affidavits, calendars, notes from calls that had haunted them since 1982. The psychology of the moment is important. When a system signals belief, witnesses speak with fewer hedges. Renewed statements recounted bruises, late-night pleas, threats framed as warnings. A former neighbor remembered hearing shouting through walls, then silence that felt staged. A classmate recalled a call where Cathy said she could not keep pretending. In these recountings, detail mattered less as spectacle and more as consistency. The same episodes surfaced across different voices. Investigators compared phrasing, cross-referenced dates, tested whether memories aligned with records. Many did. And then there was the Dean's call. Records were reconsidered. Phone logs did not authenticate the voice, and the timing did not sit cleanly against known movements. The alleged call had always been a linchpin. Now investigators treated it as an insertion, not a fact. They probed who had motive and means to place it. A woman's voice would have been expected, an intimate's vocabulary more convincing. The alibi began to fracture, not because of one new revelation, but because old evidence was finally interpreted with the context of coercive control. Searches broadened. A lake property, storage units once linked to Robert, even the narrative of that Sunday night, was replotted minute by minute, asking whether a train was plausible given weather, station staffing, and observable sightings. Conductors were re-interviewed. Cab companies from the period were checked for any lingering archives. Most of it yielded nothing, which, ironically, helped. Absence can function as structure when the rest of the story anticipates presence. A person so dutiful at the hospital simply does not ghost a rotation without fallback plans. What stands out now, in hindsight, is how the social record carried as much weight as the physical. Friends described how Kathy hoarded textbooks, saved notes for exams, kept her life in folders. Those folders were still in her apartment after she vanished, along with daily use items you do not leave behind for long. Investigators catalogued these as anchors: toothbrush, winter coat, identification spares. Taken together, they argued against voluntary departure. Grand jury interest followed. Prosecutors tested the viability of a no-body homicide, assembling a timeline that highlighted motive, opportunity, prior violence, and the creation of a false alibi. They understood the hurdle. Beyond a reasonable doubt without a body requires a narrative so coherent that jurors feel the victim's presence through what she left behind. The psychology of juror certainty shifts when silence looks engineered rather than accidental. But here is the twist. Even as momentum gathered, attention tilted west to the killing with tangible forensics. Susan Berman's. California had a body, a scene, a letter. New York had a history that explained why a witness might be eliminated. Prosecutors in both states coordinated informally, recognizing that pattern evidence could travel. The goal was not to blend cases, but to let them rhyme where the law allows. Motive from 1982, explaining conduct in 2000. Witness preparation intensified. Friends who had been sidelined now stood at the center, their credibility vetted and supported by corroborating detail. One recounted a night when Kathy appeared at her door, tearful, whispering that she feared what might happen if she left for good. Another remembered seeing money turned into leverage, small allowances contingent on obedience. None of this proved homicide. All of it made the alternative, voluntary disappearance, feel implausible. Investigators also confronted their own past delays. Reports that had been minimized were now read for what they were: early warnings. A prior police call, once logged as domestic disturbance without follow-up, was recontextualized as escalation. The train claim, once accepted as a neat endpoint, was reframed as a narrative choice by a man who benefited from ambiguity. These internal corrections mattered because they signaled to a jury that institutional blind spots had been addressed. The question hovered. Without a body, could motive, history, and circumstantial evidence meet the standard? Prosecutors built toward a cautious yes, while acknowledging risk. They drafted around the Dean call, showing why it was likely staged. They situated Kathy's ambitions as evidence of future orientation, the opposite of self-erasure. They underscored the tight timeline between the last known contact and Robert's tidy account. In the background, the jinx had awakened public attention, but the legal work moved on its own rails. Subpoenas for financial transfers, travel records, even mail habits, stacked into a portrait of a man who managed consequences rather than faced them. New York's case gained weight, but the practical path to a courtroom ran through Los Angeles, where a single bullet and a misspelled word were already forming a charge sheet. All roads were converging, not by design, but by the gravity of a pattern finally recognized. All roads converged on Los Angeles. Prosecutors framed the theory plainly. Susan Berman was killed to prevent her from speaking about the 1982 disappearance. Money transfers before the murder suggested leverage. A scheduled approach by investigators created pressure. The entry wound behind the ear, the lack of forced entry, the familiarity with her habits, these details, they argued, pointed to someone she trusted. The Beverly Hills Police cadaver letter became the forensic spine. Handwriting experts stepped through stroke comparisons, spacing, and slant, then paused on the rare misspelling. Mirrored on a known envelope, linked to Robert Durst. Jurors were told this was not DNA, it was a distinctive habit. The state layered travel records, financial logs, and prior statements. Pattern evidence from Kathy's disappearance was admitted for motive, not character. The psychology of the moment is important. Jurors were asked to see coherence, not coincidence. The defense countered by attacking reliability. They suggested alternative suspects within Susan's circle, questioned documentary editing practices, and challenged the probative value of the bathroom audio. They urged caution. The cadaver letter's author was not filmed writing it. The handwriting discipline has margins of error, and the misspelling could be an unfortunate overlap. They reframed the relationship as generosity, not conspiracy, and cast Robert as an eccentric man, hounded by narrative rather than proof. Witnesses walked the jury through decades. Friends of Kathy described abuse and fear, not to retry New York, but to show motive for silencing Susan. Handwriting experts explained why the Beverly quirk mattered. Detectives described the scene's familiarity. Then Robert took the stand, unusually calm, measured, denying the letter, denying the shooting, conceding odd choices, Galveston disguise, movements, while insisting innocence in Los Angeles. But here's the twist. The state did not need a single smoking gun. It needed a pattern that held under pressure. The cadaver letters misspelling, the envelope echo, the timing of payments, the impending inquiry, the quiet entry, the execution wound, each piece reinforced the next. Jurors watched the pattern settle. The verdict: guilty of first-degree murder. Life in prison. Welcome back once again. Before we start, please comment down where you are and what time it is currently. Thanks, and let's get to it. The house on St. Andrews Street looked quiet from the outside. It was the morning of March 1st, 2000, when police knocked on the door, responding to concerns from John Price's co-workers. He had not shown up for work, something completely out of character. Price, known as a reliable man in the small community of Aberdeen, New South Wales, had not called in sick. He simply vanished. Outside, his neighbours stood uneasily, whispering among themselves. The officers pushed their way into the house. What they discovered would shock the entire nation. Behind that door lay one of the most disturbing murder scenes in Australian history. The first officers entering the bedroom were hit by a smell so overwhelming that many had to step back outside. John Price was lying lifeless under bloodied sheets. The violence inflicted upon him was unlike anything even experienced detectives had encountered. His body bore wounds so severe they hardly seemed real, but as they moved deeper into the house, the horror multiplied. Blood trailed through the rooms, smeared across walls, soaked into carpets, and then, in the kitchen, they found the true extent of Catherine Knight's brutality. On the stove, simmering in pots, were parts of Price's body. Plates had been set on the dining table, 2 place settings, each with a serving of cooked flesh, vegetables, and gravy. Next to the meals, his children's names were written on notes. It was chillingly clear what this meal was meant to be. Knight had taken Price's life in the most violent way imaginable, and then staged a grotesque scene that investigators could barely process. For a town accustomed to petty crime at most, this was something else entirely, something that felt almost inhuman. This was not ordinary violence. Even in a world where murders occur daily, this stood apart. Seasoned detectives later described being physically shaken by what they saw. One officer, hardened by years of work in homicide, reportedly could not return to the force after that day. Another officer recalled, "It is the type of crime scene you cannot unsee." The Australian press would soon label Catherine Knight as the nation's first female murderer to be imprisoned for life with no possibility of release. But before the trial, before the media frenzy, there was the question almost everyone asked: how did someone like her come to commit something so horrific? In true crime stories, there is often an attempt to trace the path backward, to follow the strands of a person's life leading to the moment of violence. With Catherine Knight, that path is deeply unsettling. She was not a stranger, unexpectedly breaking into someone's home. She was Price's partner, someone he knew intimately, welcomed into his daily life, and trusted against the warnings of many friends. She had a history, a long, documented record of abuse, threats, and violent outbreaks. Yet she walked freely among her community until everything culminated in this night. As investigators pieced together what had taken place, they understood this crime was not driven by sudden impulse. Catherine's brutality showed planning. Evidence around the house suggested she had prepared for this evening in advance, waiting for the moment to strike. Files she left behind pointed to motives tied to anger, rejection, and revenge. And while she was found unconscious at the scene after a failed overdose attempt, the timeline built by police stitched together how events unfolded. It was not madness in a fleeting second. It was an explosion of violence that had been building for years. Aberdeen, a small, working-class town, known mostly for its abattoir and tight-knit community spirit, reeled after news broke. Everyone had known Catherine in some way. She was not an outsider who appeared suddenly. She grew up nearby and spent her working life in the same environment as everyone else. People had heard whispers of her temper, the stories that circulated about knives, fights, and her obsessive control in relationships. But no one there could reconcile the woman they knew with the crime described in the newspapers. This was their neighbour, the woman at the pub, the co-worker on the floor of the meatworks. Now she had become the name on every headline. The brutality of Knight's crime forced Australia to ask difficult questions about domestic violence, mental health, and the limits of intervention. John Price had taken steps to protect himself, at one point obtaining a restraining order. But he also, out of some combination of loyalty, fear, and lingering affection, let her back into his life. Friends reported he often shrugged off worries, saying he could handle her. Yet, in the weeks before his death, he told those close to him that he feared he was in real danger. It was not enough. So, how did a woman born into a working-class family, who became a mother, partner, and everyday member of her town, eventually commit Australia's most infamous act of domestic violence? To answer that, it is necessary to turn back to the beginning, to her earliest years. Catherine Knight did not become violent overnight. Her life was marked early by turmoil, anger, and the inability to manage relationships without lashing out. Every chapter leading to that night offered glimpses of what she might become, yet each time the danger escalated, she remained unrestrained. Like a dark pattern repeating over and over, each relationship pushed her further. Her childhood and her environment set the tone, and her adult life showed how those tendencies deepened. Before the headlines and the trial, before she became Australia's most notorious female killer, Catherine Knight was simply an angry child in a violent household. What happened inside those walls, and how those experiences shaped her, gave the first hints of what she would one day unleash. To understand the night of horror in March 2000, we need to start nearly half a century earlier, in 1955, when she was born into a family already fractured by scandal, anger, and the seeds of destruction. By the age of 15, Catherine Knight had already left school. She was still unable to read or write, but that did not stop her from finding work. In Aberdeen, the local abattoir was one of the biggest employers, and Catherine followed the path taken by many in the town. For her, the slaughterhouse became not just a workplace, but a setting where her fascination with knives came into focus. She reportedly thrived on the act of cutting meat, describing it proudly to others. Where colleagues often saw the job as grim necessity, Catherine seemed energized by it. Workers recalled how she treated knives with respect, almost like prized possessions. She took a set home and kept them hanging above her bed, a place of honor where she could see them every night. This was not simply habit, it was ritual. Knife work became her identity, blending with the aggression and instability already rooted in her childhood. For Catherine, sharp blades carried both practical skill and symbolic power. But her work life was not her only source of notoriety. Outside the slaughterhouse, Catherine was already known for her short temper. Street fights, aggressive outbursts, and threats became part of her reputation in Aberdeen. She did not shy away from confrontation. When provoked, or sometimes when something barely annoyed her, she could quickly turn to physical violence. Many people gave her a wide berth. Even male co-workers, hardened by physical labor, admitted they were wary of crossing her. Her early romantic relationships reflected this same dangerous pattern. Catherine developed an intense, almost obsessive approach to partners. At first, she could appear affectionate or even shy, but those who grew close to her soon saw another side. Her possessiveness translated easily into control, and then into eruptions of violence whenever she felt challenged. She was not content to argue. She reached for fists, objects, or knives in situations where most people might walk away. One of the early warning signs came in an incident where Catherine attacked a partner over a confrontation that seemed minor on the surface. Stories vary, but all accounts agree that knives were involved, establishing what would become a recurring threat. She had learned early on that brandishing a blade got results. The other person backed down, the tension broke in her favor. This instinct hardened into dangerous habit. Her community had few illusions about her behavior. By her late teens, Catherine was already infamous locally. The pub scene, central in small-town Australia during that time, quickly spread stories about her violent streak. If a man crossed her, word was he could expect fists, kicks, or weapons. Yet, despite everything, she continued to draw partners. Some were intrigued by her fiery personality. Others may have underestimated the danger until it crept too close. There were moments when Catherine seemed to crave stability. She voiced desires for long-term relationships and family life, but her execution was warped by a need for control. Instead of nurturing connections, she tested boundaries with intimidation. Violence became both a way to punish and a method to pull others back into her orbit. To her, aggression was not necessarily the end of love, it was folded into how she maintained it. Aberdeen's people often chose silence. Small towns sometimes prioritized privacy over open confrontation, and many who knew of her violence did not report it. Police encounters with Catherine in these early years remained limited, often because victims hesitated to press charges. Fear and shame kept people quiet. This lack of intervention allowed her to escalate unchecked, each near miss reinforcing the sense that she could do as she pleased. Catherine's early adulthood set the tone for everything that followed. She combined violent impulses, deep insecurity, and obsessive attachment. Every relationship seemed to end with chaos, yet she continued to draw people back in with charm when it suited her. Each partner faced the same cycle, affection giving way to possessive rage, arguments spiraling into assaults, and eventually, threats with knives. Looking back, these early incidents form the blueprint of Catherine Knight's life. The fascination with blades, the pride in her ability to dominate, and the refusal to let go of partners all point to patterns that only intensified. Her work at the abattoir sharpened her skills, while her unstable personality weaponized them. The young woman who once frightened classmates had now become a partner who terrified men twice her size. By the time she approached her first marriage, Catherine's identity as a dangerously violent individual was already sealed. Friends had seen the warning signs, partners had felt them up close, and the town as a whole knew her name carried trouble. Yet nothing, and no one stopped her. What had started as unpredictable outbursts in childhood had grown into a lifestyle defined by violence. The disturbing patterns of her youth were no longer just hints of trouble. They were clear, established, and escalating towards something even darker. By the late 1970s, Catherine Knight's reputation in Aberdeen was already well known. She was tough, quick to anger, and not afraid to pick a fight. But then she met David Kellett, a local man who drank heavily but had a much more easygoing personality. On the surface, they seemed an unlikely pair. David was known around town as someone who enjoyed nights at the pub and rarely avoided a beer. Catherine, meanwhile, had an intimidating temperament, volatile outbursts, and a fascination with knives that unsettled people. Yet, for reasons that baffled many who knew them, the two began a relationship. David himself had his struggles. He worked on the railways and drank heavily, often to excess. He did not shy away from dangerous situations, but he was not considered aggressive in the way Catherine was. What he lacked in violence, he made up for with tolerance, and that seemed to be what Catherine required in a partner, someone who would take what she dished out. By 1974, they were officially married, a union that locals believed was bound to end in chaos. Their wedding day quickly confirmed those suspicions. Most weddings end in celebration, but for David Kellett, his marriage to Catherine Knight started with fear. On their wedding night, Catherine attempted to strangle him. Accounts later revealed that Catherine was furious when David fell asleep without initiating sex. Her rage escalated, and she violently attacked him, nearly choking him before he escaped her grip. It was a shocking start, but instead of leaving the marriage then and there, David stayed. Perhaps he thought it was a one-time episode, perhaps he hoped she would calm down, but it was only the beginning of a nightmare. In the months that followed, their marriage became a cycle of violent outbursts, apologies, and further violence. Whenever David attempted to assert himself, Catherine lashed out. She grew controlling over who he spoke to and where he went. Fights often ended with her threatening him physically. On several occasions, she struck him with household items during arguments. The violence was not random. Catherine wanted to dominate her partner completely. David learned quickly that standing up to her only escalated things. Fear became the foundation of their marriage. The levels of threat Catherine created extended beyond her husband. On one occasion, when their daughter was only a few months old, Catherine placed the baby on nearby train tracks shortly after a heated argument. She then went into town flaunting a stolen pram, leaving the child in extreme danger. Luckily, a local man spotted the infant and rescued her moments before a train was due. Catherine was later hospitalized and treated briefly for postnatal depression, but the system failed to recognize just how dangerous she had become. David took her back, continuing to live in terror of her next unpredictable act. Another notorious incident occurred when Catherine violently slashed him with a frying pan in the middle of an argument. On another occasion, she attacked him with scissors. Even in the face of this, David found himself trapped in the marriage, too intimidated to leave outright. If he attempted to escape, Catherine tracked him down and threatened further violence. She wielded knives openly during disputes, an unmistakable reminder that she was capable of lethal harm. Her manipulation was just as powerful as her physical abuse. Catherine often used her children as pawns, threatening to harm them if David attempted to walk away. She accused him of infidelity whenever he resisted her control. When jealous, she destroyed his belongings, slashing clothes or tearing apart possessions in acts of pure rage. To outsiders, she sometimes appeared doting, but behind closed doors, she kept David in a state of submission through terror. In one particularly chilling moment, Catherine slashed the face of another woman in town simply for speaking to David. This act of public violence sent a clear message not only to her husband, but also to the community. Crossing Catherine came with severe consequences. By then, people whispered about her cruelty, yet officials did little. Few wanted to confront her directly, and those closest to her were too repressed by fear to make official complaints. Eventually, the cycle of violence pushed David to his breaking point. After yet another brutal episode, during which Catherine threatened to kill him while he slept, David left. This time he fled the town, leaving Catherine behind. His departure angered her, but it also freed him from the daily assaults and constant state of fear. For many years after, David spoke about the sense of relief he felt once away from her. Still, the scars from the marriage were not only physical, he carried lasting trauma from having been in her orbit, describing his time with Catherine as a constant negotiation with violence. The breakdown of their marriage stands as one of the early examples of just how dangerous Catherine Knight could be. What began on their wedding night as an attempted strangulation continued into nearly a decade of physical attacks, threats against his life, and psychological torment. David was not the only partner she treated this way, but living through her brutality taught him what others would later also discover. Leaving Catherine was not simple, and surviving her control required sheer luck. For the community of Aberdeen, the collapse of their marriage was unsurprising. People knew her temper. They knew her fascination with weapons, and now they could see the lengths to which she would go to exert control. Catherine Knight's union with David Kellett ended up being more than just a failed relationship. It was a chilling demonstration of how violent she was capable of becoming behind closed doors. And tragically, in the years to come, other men would step into that same cycle, unaware of just how deadly it would eventually become. After the collapse of her marriage to David Kellett, Catherine Knight did not retreat into quiet life. Instead, she very quickly entered into another relationship. This time it was with David Saunders, a 38-year-old miner who had moved to Aberdeen in the mid-1980s. At first glance, the relationship offered Catherine a fresh start. Saunders, older and financially stable, seemed capable of dealing with her rough edges. Within weeks of knowing him, Catherine was already hooked. Her charm worked as it had before, as she showered him with affection, gave the impression of stability, and pulled him deeper into her orbit. But those familiar with Catherine's past knew the calm never lasted. The first few months were steady, even promising, but soon her jealousy surfaced. She suspected Saunders of cheating whenever he came home late, or wanted to spend time apart. Her accusations were sharp, her anger immediate. Catherine's mood swings repeated the old patterns, moments of warmth followed by violent blow-ups. Saunders confessed to friends that he was walking on eggshells, unsure which version of her he would face each night as he stepped through the door. Violence against Saunders arrived suddenly and without warning. Catherine punched, scratched, and on more than one occasion used objects in the home as weapons during arguments. When words were not enough to intimidate him, she escalated. Once, after becoming convinced he planned to leave her, she struck him with a frying pan and chased him out of the house. Her attacks were not only reactive, they were deliberate displays of control meant to frighten him into submission. One of the cruelest acts occurred when Catherine killed his dog, a small puppy he cherished. Accounts say she slit the animal's throat in front of Saunders as punishment for what she imagined was infidelity. The intent was clear. She wanted him to understand that if he defied or abandoned her, she was capable of destroying what he loved. The killing horrified the community when details later came out, and it marked a new depth in her campaign of psychological terror. Despite that horrifying act, Saunders stayed with her on and off for several years. Like her previous husband, he was caught in the web of abuse and reconciliation. Catherine regularly threatened him with knives, at times holding them to his throat. On better days, she convinced him she wanted a family and domestic life. They even had a daughter together, and for a brief period Saunders hoped the violence might calm down now that Catherine was a mother again. But it did not. If anything, the child became another tool for control, a bargaining chip in their fights. Her violence reached into the everyday details of life, leaving Saunders fearful of minor decisions. Bringing the wrong groceries home or disagreeing over small purchases could set her off. Neighbours noticed the tension, but the cycle of intimidation kept Saunders from exposing the worst of it. Behind closed doors, Catherine's rages defined the rhythm of their household. Few people considered stepping in. The culture of silence surrounding domestic issues in rural towns kept him trapped. By 1988, Saunders reached his breaking point. After a particularly violent fight where Catherine went after him with scissors, he fled the house. He tried returning briefly, hoping things would improve, but the threats soon resumed. Finally, he moved away, escaping not only her presence but also the constant lurking fear that she might one day kill him. Even at a distance, her intimidation continued. Saunders lived in apprehension that she would turn up unannounced to exact revenge for his desertion. Years later, he admitted that sense of impending danger never fully left him. Catherine's relationship with Saunders revealed something alarming. Each new partnership not only repeated earlier violent patterns, but escalated them. With David Kellett, she had strangled, attacked, and threatened. But with Saunders, she introduced targeted psychological tactics like killing his pet, a deliberate act of control far more sadistic than before. Her pattern was spiraling, and those close to her could see she was becoming more unhinged with every failed relationship. Her next long-term involvement was with John Chillingworth, another worker from the abattoir. For a brief period, he thought he had found something stable with her. By that stage, in the early 1990s, Catherine was in her mid-30s, and Chillingworth hoped she had mellowed with age. At first, things seemed steady. Together they had a child. Yet once again, the stability was short-lived. Catherine's jealousy resurfaced with alarming speed. Chillingworth soon found himself enduring the same volatility that others warned about. She accused him of cheating on trivial grounds, sometimes appearing outside places he visited to keep tabs on him. Stalking behavior became part of her tactics, showing him she could appear anywhere, anytime. When that failed to keep him under her control, she resorted to attacks. He suffered physical assaults similar to her previous partners, cuts from sharp objects and blows from household weapons. Friends of Chillingworth began urging him to leave, aware of Catherine's history, but extracting oneself from her grip always carried risk. She threatened to ruin reputations, harm property, or injure those who crossed her. Eventually, after several years marked by violent confrontations, Chillingworth pulled away. While their relationship did not reach the same public depths of horror as the killing of Saunders' dog, the escalating jealousy and stalking behavior were stark reminders of her progression. Moving from partner to partner, she carried each unresolved rage with her, amplifying it in the next relationship until no one was safe. By the time she emerged from her relationship with Chillingworth, Catherine had built a chilling record. 2 former partners traumatized, 1 pet brutally killed, and a child caught in the chaos of violence. In each case, her obsessive hold, jealousy, and aggression dominated everything. What people could see by then was clear. Every time Catherine entered a relationship, violence would follow. Each man who came into her life left injured, traumatized, or permanently scarred. Yet instead of intervention stopping her, the cycle continued. And tragically, her next relationship would bring her together with John Price, a man beloved by his community, but one who would discover too late just how fatal stepping into Knight's orbit could be. When Catherine Knight began seeing John Chillingworth in the early 1990s, some around town thought perhaps things might finally settle. By then, she was in her mid-30s, with a well-known reputation for violence, but Chillingworth hoped she had matured. He was a local abattoir worker, familiar with her background, yet willing to give the relationship a chance. At first, she seemed calmer, offering affection and presenting herself as committed to building a family. They even had a child together, a son who provided a sense of grounding, but the peace was fragile, more of a mask than a change. It did not take long for old patterns to return. Catherine's jealousy began cropping up over trivial matters. If John spoke with a female co-worker or simply arrived home later than expected, he faced accusations of betrayal. These were not arguments typical of ordinary relationships. Her reactions carried a sharp volatility, swinging from sullen silence to explosive confrontation in a matter of minutes. For John, unpredictability soon became the norm. He found himself constantly managing her moods, unsure which version of Catherine he would face when opening the front door. Her jealousy was not limited to heated accusations. Catherine began following John, turning up unannounced at places he visited. Friends remember her watching from the car outside pubs, or appearing in unexpected spots, demanding explanations of where he had been. What began as suspicion developed into stalking behavior. She wanted to remind him that she could monitor his every move. For John, those moments made it clear his privacy had vanished. As her suspicion deepened, violence resurfaced. Catherine struck him during arguments, sometimes with her fists, other times grabbing household objects to inflict greater damage. Like previous partners, John faced the sharp edge of her temper in ways that made leaving risky. Though her assaults rarely left visible scars to outsiders, those close to him understood he was trapped in a frightening cycle. John also found himself isolated. Within their circle, many already knew Catherine for her violent streak. Friends and family urged him to leave, warning that staying with her could end badly. But breaking away from Catherine was never simple. She threatened reputations and dangled custody of their son as leverage. Each time John thought about departing, he encountered fresh intimidation. Catherine did not always need to use knives to control. Emotional manipulation and the threat of violence were often enough. Her aggression spilled into moments where outsiders could see glimpses of her cruelty. In public arguments, Catherine screamed accusations at John, sometimes shoving him in front of others. For those watching, it confirmed what many suspected, that her temper had not changed, only adapted to a new partner. John, who had once entered the relationship optimistically, was visibly worn down, his confidence eaten away by Catherine's constant pressure. After several years, the relationship collapsed under the weight of her behavior. The tipping point came when John realized the environment was not safe for himself or their son. While the details of their final confrontations remain less public than her earlier displays, the outcome mirrored the trajectory of all Catherine's relationships prior: control, intimidation, violence, and eventual destruction. John managed to separate from her without the kind of catastrophic violence that had marked her relationship with Saunders, but his ordeal left him wary and mistrustful. For Catherine, though, the breakup did not lead to reflection or restraint. The end of her union with John Chillingworth reinforced the same dark pattern. Men came into her life with optimism and left battered, frightened, or destroyed. Far from being chastened by another failed partnership, she seemed to carry the anger forward, letting it thicken and harden. Each chapter of abuse built upon the last, escalating in intensity and scope. By the time her relationship with Chillingworth ended, Catherine Knight had left a trail of damaged men and chaotic households across Aberdeen. Her violence was no longer just a private family matter, it was a disturbing local legend, yet nothing had truly prevented her from continuing the cycle. When she eventually crossed paths with John Price, a man well loved in the community, many would later wonder if he had known the risks. The truth was clear. Catherine Knight had shown who she was in every relationship before him, and with each turn, the danger edged closer to the ultimate explosion of violence to come. John Charles Thomas Price, known to everyone as Pricey, was born in 1955 and spent his life in the Hunter Valley of New South Wales. By the time Catherine Knight crossed his path in the early 1992, he was a fixture in the town of Aberdeen. A respected miner with 3 children from a previous marriage, Price was well liked for his humour, his steady temperament, and his generosity. Neighbours trusted him, and friends admired him. He seemed the last man who would ever fall into Catherine's orbit. But in the mid-1992, he did. At first, the match seemed hopeful. Catherine, recently separated from John Chillingworth, knew how to present herself as devoted in the early stages. She cooked extravagant meals, showered Price with affection, and spoke with conviction about building a future together. Price, used to shouldering responsibilities on his own, welcomed her attention. His children, however, sensed something darker. Catherine's warmth was selective, and it did not extend to them. The cracks appeared quickly. Jealousy returned, sharper than ever. If Price worked late or chatted with a female co-worker, Catherine accused him of betrayal. Arguments escalated from shouting to physical violence. His daughter Veronica later described her as manipulative and frightening, warning her father that something was deeply wrong. Friends and colleagues echoed the sentiment, urging him to leave before it was too late. Price resisted their warnings. He loved his children, but he also craved companionship, and Catherine's early affection kept him tethered. When her behaviour grew unbearable, he forced her out of the house, only to let her back in weeks later, after her tearful promises. The cycle of separation and reconciliation hardened into a pattern. By the late 1992, the relationship was a storm. Catherine stalked his movements, opened his mail, and clashed openly with his children. Price's friends began to notice his injuries. On one occasion, she stabbed him in the chest, leaving only a minor wound. He shrugged it off, but those close to him were alarmed. Then came 1998. Catherine demanded marriage, and Price refused. Marriage had always been her symbol of control, and his rejection infuriated her. In retaliation, she secretly filmed items he had taken years earlier from work, discarded first aid kits, destined for the trash, and handed the footage to his employer. After 17 years at the company, Price lost his job. For him, it was devastating. For Catherine, it was a weapon, punishment for his refusal. By then, Price's fear had become plain. He confided to friends that he believed Catherine would one day kill him. Still, the cycle dragged on. She threatened him, destroyed his belongings, and harassed his children. Aberdeen was not a large town, and their turmoil became public. At the pub, she screamed accusations. In the street, she hurled threats. People whispered openly that she was dangerous and that Pricey was in trouble. Despite restraining orders and repeated attempts to end things, Catherine always found her way back. His good nature, her manipulation, and the relentless cycle of abuse left him trapped. By early 2000, the tension had reached its peak. Catherine's violence was no longer behind closed doors. It was woven into the fabric of their lives. Price told his friends bluntly that he was afraid she would kill him. Everyone around him could see the truth, and still, she remained. The fuse was lit, the danger undeniable. What came next would not surprise anyone. It would only horrify them. By February of 2000, John Price's relationship with Catherine Knight was in its final, chaotic spiral. For years he had tried to manage her mood swings, physical attacks, and erratic demands, but the damage had accumulated. He had lost his job after Catherine exposed him with footage of discarded work property, suffered injuries from her assaults, and watched the peace of his home disintegrate as his children grew scared of her presence. Despite all this, she had a way of forcing her way back into his life, cycling through fury, apologies, and manipulative promises. That unstable balance shattered completely in the last weeks of his life. Price had made it clear he did not want to marry her. Marriage, to Catherine, was proof of total control. She had demanded it time and again, and his refusal ate at her. This rejection became the central wound she could not forgive. Witnesses later testified that this disagreement escalated into constant screaming matches. Catherine accused him of humiliating her, of betraying her loyalty, and of treating her as if she was not good enough. Her fixation grew as February wore on. Price, exhausted and fearing the inevitable, confided to friends that he believed she would eventually kill him. That fear was not speculation. He said it plainly at work, and to his drinking companions at the pub. "She is going to kill me one day." These were not nervous jokes or exaggerations. Those who heard his words saw the seriousness in his eyes. His children echoed the same alarm, telling him she was not safe to be around. He knew it, but Catherine's cycle of intimidation and manipulation was strong. Each time he tried to end it, she forced her way back inside, leaving him cornered. On February 29th, the final day of his life, Price finished work and stopped by the courthouse to obtain an apprehended violence order, the Australian equivalent of a restraining order, against Catherine. He served the paperwork on her that day. It should have been a final step toward freedom, but Catherine responded with fury. She interpreted the order as open betrayal, a humiliation she could not tolerate. That evening, she bought new black lingerie and prepared for what everyone would later recognize as a premeditated attack. Price returned home to his house on St. Andrew's Street. Catherine arrived not long after, dressed provocatively and carrying a hidden agenda. Despite the restraining order, she made herself welcome, as she had done so many times before. Price, knowing she was volatile, agreed to let her in. The household was strange that night. Catherine cooked dinner, tried to seduce him, and presented herself as if nothing were wrong. Neighbors noticed nothing unusual outside, but inside, tension hung over every exchange between them. For Price, exhaustion likely kept him from throwing her out. He had endured too many confrontations to summon the final push. Later that evening, the two had sex. This detail later emerged in the police investigation and became one of the most disturbing parts of the timeline. It suggested Catherine wanted to create an illusion of intimacy before her final betrayal. Afterwards, Price drifted to sleep while Catherine prepared to strike. On the surface, it seemed like another unpredictable night with her, volatile but contained. Yet Catherine was not seeking reconciliation. She had planned for this night in detail, preparing her knives and setting her intentions for murder before she even arrived. Around midnight, Catherine retrieved one of her cherished knives, part of the set she always kept close. As Price slept in bed, she stabbed him. The initial blow woke him, and chaos exploded. Price stumbled from the bedroom, bleeding heavily, trying to escape into the hallway and toward the front door. Forensic analysis later revealed he managed to reach the entrance, opening it briefly, before Catherine dragged him back inside. Neighbors later reported hearing disturbances, but at the time no one acted. In frantic desperation, Price fought to survive, but she pursued him through the house, inflicting more than 30 stab wounds. Blood evidence later showed a trail through nearly every room, marking his doomed attempt to flee. Price's final moments were a desperate struggle to reach safety and fight off her relentless attack. Forensic investigators noted defensive wounds on his arms and hands, evidence that he tried to block her strikes. Despite his strength, the sheer ferocity of the stabbing overwhelmed him. In the early hours of March 1st, John Price succumbed to his injuries and collapsed. What followed would mark this crime as one of the most horrifying in Australian history. Catherine, steady in her grim determination, transitioned from murder to mutilation. She skinned Price's body with chilling precision, the skill sharpened by her years of work at the abattoir. Detectives later confirmed she removed nearly the entire hide in one complete piece, starting from below his hairline and peeling downward in a process that required patience and expertise. The act was so methodical, it stunned even trained pathologists. After this grotesque mutilation, she hung his skin on a hook in the living room. The crime escalated further, with evidence of cannibalistic preparation. Catherine decapitated him and placed his head in a cooking pot, simmering it alongside vegetables. She arranged 2 full dinner plates at the table, each labelled with the names of Price's children. To investigators, this staging was not random. It was symbolic cruelty, a plan to terrorize his family even in his death. One plate was later found tossed on the lawn, as though she changed her mind about carrying out that part of the act. But the intention was undeniable. She wanted to inflict horror not only on Price, but on those who loved him. After preparing this gruesome scene, she attempted to stage her own death. Catherine took a large quantity of pills, lying down in the home as Price's body lay butchered nearby. By the time police discovered the house the next morning, she was alive but unconscious, her suicide attempt having failed. Officers arriving on scene walked into a nightmare unlike anything they had encountered. The blood, the mutilation, the dinner table, it was evidence of violence pushed to the furthest extreme. The timeline police reconstructed later showed this was not a crime of sudden temper. It had taken shape deliberately over days, fueled by the rejection of marriage, the restraining order, and years of escalating violence. Catherine had prepared herself mentally and physically for the act, choosing the night carefully, ensuring her knives were ready, and executing each stage in sequence. For prosecutors later, this demonstrated planning, premeditation, that made clear her intent to kill. Price himself had sensed the danger, but could not escape. Tragically, his warnings to friends that she would kill him were fulfilled exactly as he feared. His decision to let her inside, made perhaps out of resignation, habit, or misplaced trust that the night might pass without incident, became the fatal allowance that sealed his fate. Every sign had pointed toward catastrophe, but intervention never came. By the end of February 2000, Catherine Knight's pattern of escalating violence had reached its horrifying climax. The morning of March 1st, 2000, began with silence around John Price's home in Aberdeen. Price had not shown up to work, and it unsettled his colleagues. He was known as reliable, the sort of man who would never casually miss a shift. Calls to his phone went unanswered, and by mid-morning, police were dispatched to check on him. On arrival, they found his car still parked outside and curtains drawn. Neighbours stood on the street, whispering nervously. Something felt wrong. When officers forced their way inside, the first thing that struck them was the smell. Even before they saw the blood, the heavy, metallic odour filled the air. As their eyes adjusted in the dim light, the scene came into focus. Blood spattered walls, soaked carpets, and streaked across almost every room. The trail told a story of struggle, of a man moving desperately through his home trying to fight his way free, only to meet constant violence at each turn. For officers used to scenes of homicide, what they were about to witness was still beyond comprehension. In the bedroom, Price's body lay beneath bloodied sheets. At first glance, it seemed simple murder, brutal but within the expected boundaries of homicide. Then investigators saw the mutilation. Much of his skin was gone, peeled away in a manner so precise it appeared surgical. When they looked to the living room, it became undeniably clear Catherine Knight had skinned him almost entirely intact, hanging his hide on a meat hook behind the archway. The shock was immediate. Seasoned detectives staggered back from the scene, some leaving the house to regain composure. The horror did not end there. In the kitchen, pots sat on the stove, simmering. Inside one, detectives found Price's decapitated head, slowly stewing with vegetables. Other pots contained cooked sections of flesh. On the dining table, 2 plates had been carefully set, meat portions arranged beside baked potato, pumpkin, zucchini, and gravy. Next to each plate was a handwritten note with the names of Price's children. Catherine had prepared to serve his remains as a grotesque meal for them. The discovery pushed officers beyond what they were prepared for. Later testimony from the first responders described the kitchen scene as something they could never erase from memory. One officer, hardened by 2 decades of police duty, later said it was the only scene that haunted him daily. The sheer deliberation, cooking the flesh, organizing the table, writing their names, revealed not frenzied madness but cruel, intentional staging. It was not just murder, it was psychological torture carried on posthumously. Night herself lay unconscious in the house. She had taken a heavy combination of sleeping pills in what appeared to be an attempted suicide. Sprawled on the bed, she looked almost peaceful, her body unharmed despite the nightmare around her. Officers quickly secured the scene and rushed her to the hospital, where her stomach was pumped. She survived. The juxtaposition was jarring, the perpetrator resting quietly, while the crime she committed swallowed the town in horror. Forensic teams spent hours collecting evidence. Blood patterns on walls traced Price's desperate attempts to escape. In the hallway, handprints smeared in crimson told of him trying to steady himself as he collapsed again and again. The open front door, streaked with blood, confirmed he had nearly made it outside before being dragged back in. Investigators pieced together how long the ordeal lasted. Price lived for some time after the first wounds, fighting desperately, enduring dozens of stabbing blows before finally succumbing. The sheer violence was matched only by the gruesome aftermath. The skinning, done with near-professional efficiency, stunned pathologists. Her years in the abattoir had given her both the skill and stomach for the task. This was not clumsy mutilation, but chillingly exact, suggesting patience and focus. The cooking and table setting compounded the message cruelty. Experts later suggested it symbolized revenge on Price by extending horror to his children, forcing them, in a symbolic sense, to consume him. News of the discovery spread quickly through Aberdeen. Word of a murder was shocking enough for a small mining town, but as details emerged, the community struggled to believe what they were hearing. People who had worked alongside Catherine Knight, who had spoken with her at the pub, now learned she had boiled a man's head and staged a cannibalistic dinner. Friends of Price, already reeling from his death, were forced to latch onto the thought of what she intended for his children. The collective trauma sank deep into the town almost instantly. Media descended on Aberdeen in force. Headlines branded the case Australia's most gruesome killing. True crime journalists and national outlets relayed each emerging detail, often with disbelief. As reports of cooking flesh and the skinned body hit front pages, the public response bordered on horror and fascination. How could a partner, someone trusted in Price's home, do this? Commentators debated mental illness, demonic cruelty, or sheer possession. The fact that Catherine was a woman also drew attention, defying assumptions most people carried about violence of this magnitude. Back at the scene, detectives sifted through Catherine's belongings to understand her mindset. They found bloodied knives she had used for the attack, neatly cleaned of some residue, suggesting she attempted to stage the aftermath deliberately. Her suicide note was also collected. In it, she raged against Price's children for taking sides in their disputes, placing blame onto them and leaving a written testament of her anger. The note matched perfectly with her dinner table presentation, her fixation on punishing his family even after his death. In the days that followed, as Catherine was treated in hospital under police guard, investigators pieced together the final hours. They concluded she had waited until Price was asleep before striking. Her attack was frenzied but calculated. After killing him, she proceeded with mutilation, setting her stage in the early hours of the morning. Around dawn, she swallowed the pills, either to escape the consequences or to stage her own departure. The timeline revealed chilling clarity. Each stage methodical, each act rooted in months, even years, of escalating rage. The aftermath rippled well beyond Aberdeen. National conversations erupted around domestic violence, around the missed signals in Price's cries for help, and around Catherine's long history of violence toward partners left unchecked. People asked how she had avoided serious criminal sanction before this. Friends recalled urging Price to stay away, his co-workers noting his repeated warnings that she would kill him. Every detail that surfaced felt like another missed chance to prevent the eventual tragedy. Price's children bore the heaviest burden. Instead of living only with the grief of losing their father, they carried the knowledge of what Catherine had planned for them. Though the meal never reached their mouths, the psychological scar of knowing she had set that table for them became a lifelong wound. Their names written beside plates of flesh turned them into central figures of the crime, even though they were not present. That cruelty lingered, long after court dates and headlines faded. For the police, this was one of the darkest cases in memory. Some officers left the force soon after, unable to reconcile with what they had witnessed. Others needed years of counselling. The photographs of the crime scene were considered so disturbing that even in court, they were shown sparingly, judges limiting exposure to protect jurors. One investigator later said simply, "You cannot train for something like this." By the time Catherine awoke in hospital under arrest, the aftermath of her crime had already transformed her into the most notorious female murderer in Australian history. The crime scene on St Andrews Street was not just evidence of one killing. It was the culmination of decades of unchecked violence, ending in a spectacle so grotesque, it forced the entire nation to reckon with the darkest corners of human behaviour. When Catherine Knight awoke in the hospital days after the murder, she was under immediate police guard. Her attempted overdose had failed, and she was confronted with the enormity of what she had done. Detectives were firm. She was the prime suspect in John Price's brutal killing. In the weeks that followed, doctors stabilised her physically while police collected their evidence. There was no question she had committed the crime. The blood trail, the knives, the stage table, and her presence in the house tied everything together. But her case would test Australia's justice system, drawing unprecedented public interest. From the beginning, Catherine denied responsibility. At first, she claimed to have no memory of the events. She told police she could not recall killing John Price, skinning him, or cooking parts of his body. This selective amnesia became a theme of her defence later, with her lawyers arguing that the overdose and the trauma of the night had erased memory. Investigators, however, were not convinced. They had physical proof of painstaking actions that required clarity and time: skinning, cooking, and note writing. To them, it was not a blackout but a chillingly deliberate sequence of acts. The prosecution built its case with methodical precision. They laid out the pattern of years-long violence, highlighting Catherine's reputation for knife attacks, threats, and psychological terror in previous relationships. Witnesses were called to recount her rages, her cruelty, and Price's repeated declarations that she would kill him. Forensic experts described the nature of the wounds, the chase through the house, and the expertise used in the skinning. They emphasized her training at the abattoir, arguing that her learned skill translated directly into this murder. Meanwhile, the defense attempted to shift the focus toward mental health. They argued Catherine was suffering from dissociation or psychosis at the time of the killing. Psychiatrists assessed her repeatedly, diagnosing personality disorders including borderline traits and narcissistic tendencies, but none concluded she was legally insane. She knew what she was doing. She had prepared the scene, staged elements afterward, and even attempted to escape culpability by overdosing. Ultimately, her mental health struggles did not absolve her of responsibility. Outside court, media coverage was relentless. Every new detail of her actions filled newspapers and nightly broadcasts. The idea of a woman committing such extreme violence intrigued and horrified the public simultaneously. Questions of female aggression, domestic violence, and mental illness became topics of national debate. Commentators described her as the most violent woman in Australian history, and communities grappled with the stigma of her background in Aberdeen. Jurors were shown limited crime scene photographs, only those absolutely necessary. Many of the more graphic images were withheld, deemed too disturbing. Even so, what they saw was enough to lay out the terror of Price's death. Witnesses described finding the plates set for his children. The jury heard about the notes she had written, filled with rage against Price and his family. Those details painted a picture of cold cruelty more compelling than any photograph. In October 2001, as the trial began in the New South Wales Supreme Court, Catherine initially pleaded not guilty. But as proceedings unfolded, with overwhelming evidence stacked against her, her lawyers suddenly changed her plea to guilty. The shift stunned observers. Some speculated it was to avoid further exposure of photographic evidence. Others believed Catherine wanted to control the outcome, preventing witness testimony from painting her in even darker colours. Regardless, the guilty plea meant there would be no contest over her responsibility for Price's murder. Even with the plea, a sentencing hearing was necessary. Victim impact statements from Price's children and friends underlined the devastation she had caused. His daughter expressed profound grief, describing the torment of knowing her father died brutally and that Catherine had staged a grotesque dinner in her name. For the judge and public alike, the cruelty extended beyond Price's death. It was the psychological targeting of his children that marked the crime as uniquely brutal. Justice Barry O'Keefe presided over the sentencing. He described her actions as appalling in the extreme, noting the deliberate, calculated, and revolting nature of the crime. On November 8, 2001, Catherine Knight was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. In the words of the judge, her crime was so horrific that she should never be released. For the first time in Australian history, a woman received that ultimate penalty. The decision reverberated across the country. Supporters of the ruling saw it as the only appropriate response to such barbarity. Critics raised concerns about her mental health and whether the system had failed to intervene earlier, but unanimity existed on one point. Catherine Knight could never walk free again. Her name entered legal history, her sentence a marker of how society responded to unprecedented violence. Knight showed no sign of remorse during the sentencing. She sat largely emotionless, avoiding direct acknowledgement of the pain she caused. To many observers, this absence of visible regret reinforced the chilling narrative of her life. A woman consumed by possessiveness, violence, and cruelty, incapable of empathy even at her final judgment. For John Price's family, the sentence was a measure of justice, but also a permanent reminder. No legal ruling could undo the trauma of his loss or the horrifying details of how he was killed. His children grew up carrying not just grief, but the vivid knowledge of how their father died and what had nearly been done to them. Their testimonies continued to highlight domestic violence as a danger far too often minimized until tragedy occurs. The trial closed one chapter, but opened many broader conversations. Domestic violence advocates used the case as evidence of systemic failures, pointing to the signs ignored for years. Price's repeated cries for help, his restraining order, and the wide community knowledge of Catherine's violence all failed to prevent his death. The case underscored the critical importance of intervention, of treating threats and patterns of abuse as serious precursors to lethal violence. Inside prison, Catherine adjusted to her new reality. She became one of the country's most infamous inmates, serving her life sentence at Silverwater Women's Correctional Center before later moving to other high-security facilities. Guards described her as demanding, manipulative, and still prone to violent outbursts. Over time, she maintained her notoriety. Books, documentaries, and countless articles carried her story forward, yet the legal result remained firm. Life without parole meant she would die behind bars. The ripple effects of her sentencing extended into legal and cultural spheres. Law students studied the trial as a landmark, criminologists examined her psychology, and true crime communities debated every aspect of her life. The sentence became symbolic, signalling that even without precedent, Australia's courts were willing to impose the harshest penalty when crimes defied comprehension. In the end, Catherine Knight's trial and sentencing encapsulated more than just one brutal act. It represented the culmination of decades of violence unaddressed, the failure to heed warning signs, and the justice system's ultimate declaration that she could never return to society. To this day, she remains the only woman in Australia serving life without parole. Her name is synonymous with cruelty, obsession, and the darkest extremes of domestic violence. Catherine Knight's crime did not just horrify, it left experts grappling with the question of why. How does someone progress from violent partner to calculated murderer who stages such grotesque displays? Psychiatrists, criminologists, and legal experts have studied her case for more than 2 decades, trying to piece together a profile that could explain the extremes of her behavior. The foundation of her psychology lay in instability. Assessments after her arrest pointed toward borderline personality disorder traits, patterns of intense and unstable relationships, mood swings, fear of abandonment, and explosive anger. These traits aligned closely with her history: the possessive grip on each partner, the cycle of adoration followed by violent explosions, and her inability to let relationships end peacefully. Partners described her as someone who would rather destroy everything than be left behind. Psychologists also found evidence of narcissistic tendencies. Catherine sought control and dominance, not just affection. She demanded loyalty in ways that were absolute, and when denied, she retaliated with force. This explained why John Price's refusal to marry her became the ultimate insult. In her worldview, rejection was not just personal disappointment. It was an attack on her identity she had to punish. Rather than walking away, she escalated to obliteration. Another striking pattern was her sadism. Violence to Catherine was not only reactionary. At times, it appeared purposeful. Killing David Saunders' puppy was a clear example, designed not out of blind rage but as a demonstration of control, a psychological weapon to instill fear. The staging of Price's body and the dinner for his children fit that same pattern. These were acts aimed at tormenting others, extending cruelty beyond the victim. Her crime was not simply about death. It was about sending a message of domination from beyond the grave. What made her uniquely dangerous was the combination of traits. Many people suffer from personality disorders. Very few commit something so extreme. In Catherine's case, her environment amplified her worst impulses. The violence she witnessed in childhood normalized aggression. Her years in the abattoir conditioned her to feel comfortable with knives and gore. Her inability to read or write until adulthood limited healthy coping strategies. instead cementing physical outbursts as her only form of expression. These elements did not excuse the murder, but they revealed how her psychology and circumstances built a lethal storm. Professionals debated whether she understood the consequences of her behavior. Evidence suggested she did. She planned the crime, staged scenes deliberately, and attempted suicide afterward to avoid accountability. Those actions showed foresight and awareness. While her lawyers argued about dissociation or amnesia, experts concluded Catherine was not psychotic. She knew what she was doing, even if her emotions pushed her toward extremes. This is what made her so terrifying. She combined volatile rage with moments of calculated clarity. The case also raised questions about predictability. Catherine's history of domestic violence was extensive, spanning decades and multiple partners. Each relationship ended in escalating assaults, police involvement, or hospitalizations. Saunders, Chillingworth, and Price all showed visible fear, and friends consistently warned that she was dangerous. Yet intervention never stopped her. In hindsight, many saw her eventual crime as inevitable. But could anyone have predicted cannibalistic staging? That question haunts criminologists to this day. For domestic violence advocates, Knight's case highlights systemic blind spots. Authorities often dismissed or minimized violence in relationships, especially when the aggressor was female. Society rarely frames women as lethal threats, which gave Catherine space to keep escalating. If her partners had been female victims of a violent man, perhaps intervention would have come earlier. Instead, her abuse was allowed to unfold across years, culminating in the worst-case scenario. Her profile also forced Australians to reconsider assumptions about female aggression. Women commit domestic violence, but rarely with such ferocity. Historically, female homicide offenders in Australia tended toward reactions of desperation or self-defense. Catherine stood out because her crime was neither. It was not an escape from abuse. It was the creation of abuse on the grandest, most horrifying scale. Criminologists labelled her an anomaly, but also a case study in how gendered assumptions can conceal risk. One of the enduring key questions is about remorse. Throughout her trial and sentencing, Catherine displayed little acknowledgement of wrongdoing. Reports from prison indicate she continues to deny responsibility and claims no memory of the murder. This absence of regret sets her apart from offenders who reflect or express contrition. In her case, the denial seems less about genuine amnesia and more about an ongoing refusal to face what she did. For psychologists, that detachment reinforces the coldness of her character. In the years since, Catherine's profile has been dissected in universities, law schools, and criminology programs. Her name surfaces in discussions of the most severe domestic homicide cases worldwide. Students study her as an example of how violent tendencies manifest in women, how escalation can follow a predictable path, and how psychology interacts with culture and gender expectations. Yet despite all the analysis, no profile fully answers the central question: why did she go so far? Violence in relationships is tragically common, but cannibalistic staging remains nearly unique. Some experts argue it was symbolic revenge, forcing her victim's family to suffer forever. Others interpret it as the ultimate assertion of control, ensuring she owned not just John Price's life, but his memory. Whatever the motivation, it was a crime that exposed the limits of psychological explanation, reminding us that some acts remain outside what careful profiling can contain. In the end, Catherine Knight's psychology reflects a life warped by violence, dominated by control, and devoid of empathy. Her story underscores the importance of recognizing warning signs, believing victims, and treating threats as real, regardless of the perpetrator's gender. The key question, how far can unchecked violence escalate, was answered on March 1st, 2000. The haunting reality is that John Price saw it coming, but still could not escape. When Catherine Knight was sentenced to life without parole in 2001, the gavel did not just close the chapter on John Price's murder. It rippled out through Aberdeen, through psychology faculties, and through the wider Australian public, leaving scars that linger to this day. In the years since, her name has become shorthand for the extremes of domestic violence, a reminder of how unchecked brutality can turn into an unimaginable tragedy. Aberdeen itself never fully recovered. This quiet community, known for mining and abattoir work, had never been on the front page of national papers. Suddenly, it was infamous worldwide for hosting Australia's most grotesque crime scene. Residents who had gone to school with Catherine, shared pub conversations, or simply seen her walking Main Street live with the uneasy knowledge of proximity. They had not known they were brushing shoulders with someone capable of staging cannibalistic horror in her own home. That collective shock etched itself into the town's identity. Even years later, people lowered their voices when her name was mentioned, as though saying it out loud gave life to the darkness that had once torn through their streets. On a broader scale, criminologists and legal scholars dissected the case intensely. For many, Catherine Knight represents a breakthrough in understanding female-perpetrated domestic violence. Until then, discussions often placed women in the role of victim or, at most, reactive offender. Knight presented something different: premeditated, sadistic, and sustained violence against partners over decades. Her gender, far from softening reaction, amplified the terror. The fact that a woman could cut so deeply against social expectations fueled international studies, lectures, and books. She became an academic case study in the rare overlap between female offenders and extreme sadism. The law also marked her case as precedent. Her life sentence without parole was the first ever handed to a woman in Australia. That ruling established firmly that legal penalties for brutality know no gendered boundaries. It told the public that no matter the circumstances or identity of the offender, the legal system was willing to impose the harshest outcome when crimes defied comprehension. Even now, courtrooms cite her case when considering sentencing severity for violent offenders. For John Price's family, however, the legacy is not historical. It is personal. His children still carry the dual trauma of losing their father and knowing what Catherine prepared for them. Their names, etched on table notes beside plates of flesh, remain among the most haunting details of modern Australian crime. Friends of Price speak of the injustice of missed opportunities, the restraining orders not enforced, the warnings not heeded. The tragedy remains a warning that intervention needs to be more than paperwork. It requires acting decisively before threats become headlines. Within prisons, Catherine remains notorious. Fellow inmates speak of her reputation, half in fear, half in disgust. Guards view her as manipulative, sometimes dangerous, even behind bars. Over more than 2 decades, she has not faded from infamy. Books, documentaries, and television specials continually revive her story. She has become a permanent feature in Australia's cultural memory of crime, mentioned in the same breath as the nation's most infamous offenders. For criminologists, she is a case study. For the public, a horror story. For Aberdeen, a wound. The case also helped push domestic violence further into the national dialogue. Advocates used it to highlight the risks of ignoring long-term abuse patterns. Price had spoken of his fears many times, and his community echoed the danger. Yet tangible protective measures failed to keep Catherine away. It forced Australians to confront an uncomfortable truth. Possessing a restraining order is not protection when enforcement lags and abusers go unchecked. Police and policymakers faced calls to improve domestic violence response, to believe victims, and to treat female offenders as seriously as male ones. Internationally, Catherine Knight became one of those rare names recognized even outside her country. True crime researchers across the world cite her case right beside infamous American and British killers. What captivated attention was the fusion of domestic setting with extraordinary brutality. John Price was not a stranger in an alley. He was her partner, in his own home, betrayed in the most intimate setting imaginable. That merging of domestic familiarity with grotesque violence became symbolic of how danger often hides behind closed doors, framed as just relationship issues until it is too late. Over more than 2 decades later, her legacy collides with larger systemic questions. Could Catherine Knight have been stopped? Were there points when intervention by authorities, friends, or medical care could have blunted her violent path? The answer is yes, but those opportunities were missed, each failure permitting escalation. In that sense, her name is not just infamous, it is instructive. It is used in training, in advocacy, in campaigns reminding society to listen when victims say they are scared. And still, Catherine lives, confined to a cell, growing older behind secure gates. She has not shown remorse or taken responsibility. To this day, she claims memory loss, denying ownership of what evidence so clearly demonstrates. This absence of contrition leaves a strange final note on her legacy. For some offenders, later years bring reflection, admissions of guilt, and efforts to reconcile. For Catherine, silence and denial have replaced confession. The horror she inflicted resides not only in the actions of one night, but in her enduring refusal to face them. The legacy of Catherine Knight stretches beyond law, psychology, or crime coverage. It rests in the fractured lives of those who loved John Price, in the anxiety of neighbours who recall normal chats with a future killer, and in the lessons every domestic violence advocate demands society remember. Violence ignored is violence emboldened. Patterns left unchecked can build toward catastrophe. The horror of March 2000 is not only about the grotesque aftermath, it is about how preventable it might have been if warnings had been taken seriously.